don't have that long to just wait around, unfortunately. We're just going to have to go ahead with a run. So 3, 2, 1, go. I need a run to get going and get going fast. So we're just going to have to, yeah, we're just going to have to go. We're just going to have to go. But I like Ishin. I like Ishin a lot. This is obviously the original and not the new version, because obviously, why would I have access to the new version 2 months before it's out? This game is fucking phenomenal. This game is absolutely fucking phenomenal. I keep saying y'all will love Ishin when it comes out in the West. Trust me. Fucking trust me on this one. You'll see why. Anyway, we're on an island called Tosa. And you'll also obviously understand the entire game is in Japanese, because this is the currently, for the next 2 months, Japan-only release. Or one of 4 Japan-only releases of Yakuza games. The other ones being Kenzan, which, problematic storyline, but really interesting gameplay, very different than usual. This, for obvious reasons. And then, obviously, also the 2 PSP games. You always do guard against me at the start of this tutorial. Really? That actually... Okay. It's your usual Yakuza tutorial! What a surprise! I didn't actually mean to grab him, but I actually hit circle before the tutorial. But this actually should work, because hitting them on the stairs here will make them roll down the stairs and take the little bit of damage that I need them to take. Hand-to-hand style at the start doesn't have, like, a huge amount of damage attached to it, so unfortunately, we need a little bit of extra damage in order to be able to take care of those 2 enemies. So them being on the actual stairs isn't actually the worst thing ever, which is good. Anyway, after that fight, we were going to get executed, but our... wouldn't you believe it? Foster father, not from the Oyabun. Saves us and gives us a hand. This is the game tutorializing you saying, hey, you can check pots, yo. You can get some items from these pots, yo. I'm not going to do that. Well, no, we're not going to do that. The items you can get from pots mostly range from very rarely, like, healing items to stuff like upgrade materials. I can't believe I just ran out of stamina just then, but I managed to get here just in time. That's lucky. Much like the Yakuza 5 system of food, as you can see under the HP bar, you have all the same different buffs that you can get from food. At this point, it doesn't matter. And in the run, much like Yakuza 5, it doesn't make that much of a difference for it to actually be necessary. And now this tutorial. So, we got a couple of tutorials in Ishin. We're going to carry on with a hand-to-hand tutorial. Much like any, obviously, RPG game, you always have your long tutorials at the start. Ishin has a couple of them. Ishin has a heck of a lot of them, actually. But we're essentially going to get taught, you know, stuff like grabbing enemies, weapons. You know the drill. I was supposed to throw this, man. I shouldn't be doing the extra QTs because it doesn't matter in this early tutorial. Why would you target that guy first? That's my question. But as you can see, we don't have the full damage to be able to take care of the enemies really quickly. If I was over here by the stick, I'd have used the stick. Because stick, good. Stick, very good. Unfortunately, I was not by the stick. Stick, good. Stick, very good. If you have all the enemies together, which is what I unfortunately like kind of broke them away from, then you can just use the light attack of the stick and take them all out, which is really, really fast. But, oh, stick, good. Stick, good. This should be the secret base bit, if I remember rightly. I always get a little confused here and keep forgetting. These are your skill trees. Yakuza Ishin features 4 skill trees. There's a lot of them. there's a lot of them. Okay, I was right. This was the bit good. This was the bit I always get confused on and do like later for some reason. I don't know why. Hey, look, I appreciate it. I did not see that. No, that's news to me. That's interesting because I saw Panda was doing some. Routing the other day, which made me happy. I wasn't able to stay around because I was busy that day, unfortunately. But it was nice to look in my follow list and see that the Panda was learning Ishin and was like, "Oh fuck yeah." More Ishin runs, let's go. So yeah, I was happy. I was happy to see that Panda's learning this. Recovered from the flu, not fully. I'm still having a lot of lung problems. I'm genuinely starting to wonder if this was actually like a variation of COVID. Like, I'm having massive lung problems the last couple of days, and it's all stemming from it's all stemming from that fucking flu. So. 7 out of 10, bit too sweet. Yeah, a bit too sweet. A good amount of tea, but it's getting slightly drowned out by the small amount of sugar that's in there. Yeah. Alright, this lady, she shows you Kyoto looking wells for the items and stuff. No. 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 No, we're not doing that either. Now we get into the good. Now we get into the good fight. Exactly, it's kind of like him when we eventually realized you just go past last part. Oh, okay. So take wider lines rather than tighter lines for some of this. That makes sense. So this is your sword style. This is the style that we'll be using for the majority of the run. Thankfully, we do have enough damage when using sword style to take care of enemies. I had a feeling you were going to back up there. Also, importantly, as you'll see, as we're going through fights right now, we're getting level up orbs. So the ones to look out for are the clear see-through orbs, and more importantly, the light blue orbs. The way that Ishin does its level up system, if you've ever played Fist of the North Star, think that level system. But hold on, it's not quite as scary as Fist of the North Star's level up system, because with Ishin, the more you use a particular fighting style, the more you'll get a colored orb in that fighting style, and you can actually replace the orbs that you have put in, the see-through orbs, from any slot in any fighting style. So you can focus on like one style, get those orbs, take them out and put them into another fighting style. That's what I really like about Ishin. Like, you're not actually like hard locked to like using one fighting style, for instance. You can use one fighting style for a while, get a bunch of like upgrade orbs for that style, use those in that style that you've been using, and then take the orbs out that you've put in and put them into a different fighting style. I like that a lot. I like that a heck of a lot. It is like Fist of the North Star, but good. It literally is that. Like, even in all my running of Fist of the North Star, I still don't, if I'm being brutally honest, fully understand how Fist of the North Star's level up system works with its orbs. Like, I've had many runs where I've been short on, like, blue orbs or orange orbs, and it's just been, I don't know why. Like, I do exactly the same thing in every single fight from run to run, and sometimes I'm, like, down a couple of orbs for, like, a 90% attack up at a certain bit, and it's like, I don't understand why, and I really do not. Water bottle off my foot. Ow. Water bottle good, but not on my foot. Oh. At least my feet are warmed up now. It is a brisk 1 degrees in the UK right now. It's actually been quite cold at night the last couple of nights. I think yesterday was -2. So I'm using my hot water bottle a lot more, which is nice. Trying to save, obviously, energy costs. Right, so basically, storyline-wise, the British are coming. We always ruin everything. They're coming with guns. It's basically the Bakumetsu period, so it's kind of the ascendancy of guns instead of, like, the samurai. I was gonna buy whatever. So obviously gets a little drunk, that is fine. And it's time for another fight. Now, we're going to get introduced to the last 2 fighting styles in this tutorial. I like them a lot, and late game, these fighting styles get really bloody good. But in the speedrun, it takes too much to put into them to kind of make them, like, super great. It would be nice if we could find a way to use them if possible. We have a way of utilizing this one a little bit. This is Wild. This is unfortunate because Wild is the one we just don't use. It's like, for the Wild style, it combines both, obviously, sword and gun. You can spin. Okay, this. For some reason that keeps happening. We go back to normal sword after because it's just a lot more damage at this point. It'd be great to use him, but the trouble with Wild is that it requires you to upgrade both your sword and gun. Enemies that run in Yakuza Ishin, I love you, but I don't. I don't. So the problem with Wild Stars, you need to upgrade both sword and gun. The problem with gun is you need to upgrade gun and make bullets. So, but late game gun in this game is genuinely quite strong. By quite strong, I mean very bloody strong, actually. And that really obviously helps out with Wild Star. So, hey, hope you play. Hope you're doing well. Hey, first proper boss fight, Izo. We're not going to fight Izo, I'm going to fight this guy. So we want to take care of all the ads if we can. You can see the light blue orb there. That indicates that we have a level up for our sword stuff. I should probably be leveling up the damage. So what I'm going to try and do is get a specific kind of rhythm going in certain fights. Good. The other guy, that's a shame. Get hit again, yep. I've lost my rhythm and having this ad alive is not helping. So, essentially for fights, what I want to do is I want to do specific combos to make the enemies bring up their guard with like the first hit when they wake up after being like knocked down to the ground. Then use the guard break on circle, because then they're just fully open for another combo, and then you can just keep chaining at that point. As you can see, lots of things can go wrong, like enemies sticking a sword up your bum. Very useful, thank you, sir. I must admit, I don't like the way that Ryoma sometimes locks onto enemies in this game, but it's how Ishin does things, so get used to it. Take this off because now I'm starting to get quite hot.
Will new day stream?
And you're fine. Thank you for the 16 months, I appreciate it. Yep, day stream. Not often we're going to do day streams, although I'd like to do some day streams in the next couple of days, hopefully. We're going to have, hopefully, fingers crossed, sponsored content later tonight. Which... It's going to be the same sponsored content that you're probably expecting, because there's a certain game that came out today. Whoa. Whoa. What is that? No idea what that could be. Alright, so we say yes, Takashi Hanpater here. He's going to take us to a new area. I don't know if Panda's found anything for this bit, but I really hope there's a way to speed this up. So unfortunately, we gotta wait for Takashi Hanpater to get his backside over here. So I'm just gonna spin around in a circle. Yeah. Spin around in a circle, drink my tea. I was really hoping the remake for this would allow, like, all skippable cutscenes, and there's still time, but, like, from the early demos, it's still the same cutscenes that skippable and not skippable, which is a giant shame. Like, I love this game, but skippable cutscenes would take this from, like, a 5-hour run to, like, a... I'd say, like, a 3-hour run, to be fair. I don't think it would, like... I don't think it'd be sub-3. I think it'd be, like, around the 3-hour mark. It'd be a lot more digestible. It'd be a lot nicer. Sadly not. Yeah, the Crisis Core is the game. Unsurprisingly, I did actually play and beat the original on PSP, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the remake is like. Right, so it's first room and then we level up after that. We're supposed to start hand to hand, but no, it's all. Wow, nice dodge. Unfortunate. Usually, if you focus on the first enemy I did, more enemies like gather up in this corner for multiple hit. Not this time, sadly. Turn around. I want to use my heat for later. I should use my heat, to be honest. Okay, so. Into our trees, we want, obviously, Sword Style. Gonna get through my orbs. So, again, the blue orbs are because I've used the Sword Style the most out of all my orbs. This gets us an extra finisher on our combo. Very, very important. Going to go around the outside here. There's certain pathways we're not going to want to go down in terms of upgrades. One of them is actually on the inside middle. That is for two-handed weapons. It's a little bit of a shame. If there's something that I really like about Kenzan that I was really hoping would be replicated in this game, but isn't. Armored enemies get taken down with two-handed weapons in Kenzan a lot quicker and a lot easier than this game. In this game, unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. You were gonna move. Not ideal in my combos here. But yeah, my PB of this isn't great. I also have a death in my PB, so. Grab one healing item as I go through, because healing item is going to be necessary later on. What's timing on that? Bad timing on that. Armored enemies just kind of suck to fight against. We have nothing really that we can do against them at this point. Unlike most Yakuza games where... Most Yakuza games where there's an enemy that has like a hand-to-hand item like that, you can use a heat attack to get rid of it. We don't have anything like that in Ishin, which is a shame. Yeah, Ishin and Kenzan are currently only available in Japan. That's one of the reasons why Ishin is getting the remake is for the West. Because I've been very vocal about this game not needing a remake, but also, if you guard at the right time like that, you parry enemies, which is obviously very important. I was already hoping to get the both of them. Usually when I'm doing this fight, I'm in this corner already because I'm pushing enemies this way, but my movement has been kind of bad, not gonna lie. Now for the armored enemy, or after the two spear enemies. So we're doing this running attack as we go in because you can see it does a good amount of damage. We can actually improve the damage of that later on with an upgrade by hitting triangle at the right time. It uses up a little of our heat. There's gonna be a lot of like min-maxing with our heat basically at certain points. Okay, so here's the armored guy. Ideally, we go after the ads before we go after the armored guy. That's unfortunate. I was hoping to get the guard, because then obviously you wouldn't do this. There you go. When the guard breaks, you can guarantee get a full combat against any enemy. That's a shame. I'm not playing that great right now. One of the nice things is we are going to get an upgrade for Essence of Finisher coming up. I am playing terribly right now on my combos. Yeah, no, I'm playing terribly. My timing's off. Yeah, my timing is really off. So we get a spear here. As I said, I'm upset that it doesn't act like Kenzan and that two-handed weapons take care of armored enemies really nicely. Because with armored enemies in Kenzan, if you have a two-handed weapon, you can break armor like almost instantly. I really like that system in Kenzan. I like that system a lot. Grab these healing items. Again, later on in the run, we're going to need a lot of healing items. Like, this run gets real hard later on. So here's our first proper boss, or technically second boss. Good. Throwing out the guard first. Nice, because we get full combo out. Having him in this corner also helps, because we don't miss hits. It's actually quite easy to miss your hits in this game. Shame. Should break. Unless you dodge. There we go. Essentially, the idea is you're looking for guard breaks, and when you get those guard breaks, you can then just keep attacking enemies. That's gonna... Oh, actually, I got behind him. That's nice. Yeah, it's so hard to actually connect with that. I hope it's a little easier in the Kiwami. That was an okay fight. A little bit rough in the middle. A little bit rough in the middle. That was an okay fight. Yeah, it'll be interesting with the Kiwami's changes to see whether or not Sword is still like the one that we want to go for in the run. Because like Sword is nice in that it does like a lot of damage in a very quick space of time. You'll see in a bit coming up how much. Oh, I actually forgot to get a level up during that chapter. Oops. That's fine. I'll do it after the dojo. You'll see very, very shortly how much extra damage we're going to start doing early on with Sword Style. We're also going to be doing a craft for a new sword in a little bit. The nice thing is you can upgrade the base sword. And this is one of the other nice things. The base sword upgrades to nice. The base sword upgrades. There's a whole lot of upgrade pathways for swords in this game. The actual blacksmith stuff is quite in-depth. It's a pain for 100%, but the actual blacksmith stuff is quite in-depth with like all the different like things you can do with your sword. There's no version of like the Mew shoes, the way you walk around and like continually gain money, but there is a version of that for a sword. So, yeah. Stuff like that, but the important thing is our basic-ass sword can actually be upgraded to the point where it breaks armor a lot better on enemies. Another reason why we use sword stars, because sword is really, really strong, and you can make sword really, really strong, which is nice. Sword is kind of the standard fighting style. It's the game wasn't made in mind with just one fighting style, like say, you know, Kenzan, but if there is like one default fighting style, it is sword. It just is. But the gun style, as I keep saying, the gun style, when you fully level everything up, the gun style in this game, especially the original, not sure on obviously the remake because there's changes coming to it, but the gun style in this game, if you can just keep leveling it up and then just getting like really stronger guns, is really bloody good. Really bloody good. I would say probably like fully upgraded gun potentially surpasses sword in a lot of ways. Gun is strong. Gun is very, very strong. But in terms of the speedrun, what we would need to make gun like as strong as sword in this run just isn't super viable, unfortunately. I'm curious about it with obviously the remake. And then obviously Wild Style is unfortunate because, yeah. Wild Style requires both. I was hoping you wouldn't go on the floor.
Good luck with the run.
Really hoping you wouldn't go on the floor. I was hoping I'd charge that for half a second longer than that to get the full combo. Tag on it. Thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate it. I was really hoping not to let loose that attack a little early, but I did. Okay, if I level up now, that'll be fine. If I level up now, that'll fix the level up we didn't do in the previous chapter. That'll be fine. Because it should be the priest side story at this point. Like the introduction to like the shrine. Should be, anyway. But yeah, if you're like Yakuza 0, you will I pretty much guarantee you'll highly like Ishin. It's from that same era of, like, RGG game and RGG game design. As said, the pathway to the left here is your two-handed attacks. This is Essence of Finisher, so now our Essence of Finishing is going to be so much stronger. Go that one first, but oh well. Is this the stuff that I want to get? I don't think it is. I think it's this pathway that I want to get first. I'm face certain that's not the pathway I want. I can't remember. That I know I want. Okay. But the time will probably normalize itself after this chapter, now that I've leveled up properly. I'm interested to see if there are any changes for like the level ups and stuff in the Kiwami version of this. I feel like there shouldn't be, but I've seen weirder things. So we'll see. I mean, great, yeah, this game is really good. This game is that era of Yakuza gaming in terms of gameplay, and it's really nice. Get down the stairs, that's good. Yeah, actually, full combo just took care of him. Did it again. Nice, that's what I was after. Backstepping enemies, the bane of my entire existence for this run. Backstepping enemies cause me so much ire. I cannot describe to you how much pain backstepping enemies give me. Enemies love to just slightly backstep in this game, and then you will miss your combo. Because they will just keep backstepping away and away and away. Who knew that tactical movement was a good thing? So this is the shrine. If you've ever played Yakuza, same stuff. You get Dharma for doing stuff, being a nice person, etc. We are obviously just going to go around and... This is down by the bridge. Yeah, bridge. Yeah. I forgot where I was going for a second there. Yeah, there we go. It's exactly like Zero's shrine system. You do stuff, you get like karma, dharma. You use those to upgrade stuff. We'll be using it to surprise upgrade our sprint speed, or our stamina, I should say, later on, so that we can sprint for longer. Surprise. We always do that when we have this kind of system in these runs. I was hoping it wouldn't do that. That's fine. I was a little worried he was about to guard there, but it's okay. I must admit, I want to see the game in a bit more action, because when the game was first revealed, it felt like there was a little less like detail to like all the environments. I might be wrong on that, but it felt like there was like a lot less detailing to like some of these environments. Like when they did the wide panning shot of this bit, I was a little worried because it looked a little... I don't know the kind of word I'm after here. Like, a little bit more... You know how... Okay, I think I know how to describe how I'm feeling. Look at OG2 and Kiwami 2. Kiwami 2 looks good. Like, don't get me wrong, Kiwami 2 looks good. But there's like a grittiness to like OG2 that's kind of lost with K2. Like, things are a little too clean, if that makes sense. Also, we have a reverse chase section here. This bit is a little bit luck, but it shouldn't be. If I do everything right, we should be fine. You're supposed to get to a certain point when hiding from the guards. You have to be very careful not to run into people, otherwise I'm going to get caught here. Also, it does take your default stamina. If you're wondering why I don't just run to the left, it's so that I can get past that guard right there with good timing here, hopefully. Shit, that's my fault. You don't have that much stamina at all. See, if I did better, I'd be able to have gotten past the guard here. Shit, stop him. Because the trouble is, if that guard stops seeing me, I'm going to have to wait for him to leave. Shit. I was trying to play that cute. This guy, I was going to say, seems to be stuck. Now I'm going to lose a bunch of time. Yeah, now I'm just going to lose a bunch of time because of that. I'm not here. I'm absolutely not here. Problem is the other guard that's next to me right now. Yeah. Yeah, if you're good enough, you can actually hide behind that little bit there, but unfortunately I ran out of stamina at the wrong time, so I just lost like 30 seconds of that. That sucks. That sucks. It's actually, like, the problem with that chase part is the fact that it's tied to your stamina, so it's really hard to get here, like, on your base stamina. You can do it, you absolutely can do it, but I just messed up, so. Hey, guys, appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, that's just a shame, but that happens, unfortunately. This should be back to the inn at this point, I think. Yes. Void Junk Kid. Understood.
I really like clicking that button for some reason, Frubke.
Yeah, Fallen. Thank you for the Prime Gaming in 7 months. I appreciate you clicking that button. Hey, Crisis Core Day. Yep, Crisis Core is today. I will hopefully myself, I know there's going to be a lot of people, I will hopefully myself be doing a sponsored stream for it tonight. Hopefully. But I don't have the game downloaded yet. It'll be the PC version. In the PC version, because I really also want to play the game on my Steam Deck. So, add fight spawn. Got too long. Yeah, this game was the first game that properly had dashing in town. Because you have dashing in Kenzan. Kenzan's the first RPG game that actually had dashing in, but the only times you can dash in Kenzan are when you're in the middle of set pieces. So we don't really get that huge amount of use out of it. Here, however, you can actually dash around town. As I said, the downside to that is because it's one of the first games that has dashing, your default dash is... You don't get that much. You don't get that much. Thankfully, you got a little bit more with Zero, but if you ever played Zero and thought that you don't have that much stamina at the beginning of Zero, this game's worse. This game gives you less, and the map feels... Because the map is a lot more vertical than Kamurocho, which is more of like a kind of like a square, like, it feels a lot less like you have a lot less stamina as well at the first. It's a bit of a shame. I was kind of hoping, or at least I'm kind of hoping, that the Kiwami gives you just pure, outright, full, unlimited stamina. That would be absolutely fantastic, but I don't think it will. Anyway, best fight in the entire game. If you want a reason as to why you should also be buying Like a Dragon Ishin, it's this next fight. I fucking love this next fight. It's so good. I'm gonna lose so much time. 32 minutes here is not ideal. I'm still curious because of the forced hand-to-hand fights in this game. Spoilers, this one. Whether or not I actually want to try and put a couple of upgrades into, like, damage. I'm tempted to. Very tempted to. Dashing in town is really good, and, like, the first mainline game to get dashing was Zero, and obviously in the West everyone's first, like, dashing experience was Zero. But this was technically the game that started it, which is nice. But yeah, that's why in the run we get the dash upgrades at the shrine later on when we have enough points, because oh my god, it's necessary. Much like the dashing upgrades in Zero are necessary to get from like point A to point B, in this game it is so necessary. Like, genuinely, if they have that same system in Like a Dragon Ishin, I fully recommend people just get dash upgrades first, so it'll make your life a lot easier. Anyway, here he is. Peep this remix of OG Yakuza 2's theme. It's fucking great. This is happening, by the way. Oh, I want to go that direction. I am getting my ass kicked already on the floor. Oh, gotcha. If you grab twice, you can throw it. At which point, I get a free heat attack. Make sure to do the heat attack near the head when you're hand to hand, not near the legs. Also, yes, you do have a slight counter. Best mid-fight QT you'll ever see in any of these games. Even better than the Dead Souls one, folks. Fucking nuts. Pass! Can't wait to see this edition in the LAD version. It's gonna be so good. Yeah, listen to that. Listen to that theme. Listen to that part of the OG2 theme. Wow, did that not counter? Bull fucking shit, not Ryuji. Bad fight. Bad fight, very bad fight. Yeah, but what you want to do in that fight is you basically want to, like, you want to use your guard at the right time to be able to obviously parry and then just, like, get... It's very much kind of similar to Tanamura's parry in that if you parry, you throw the enemy forward, but you also get a really huge burst of speed. The problem that you've got with hand-to-hand to begin with is that your hand-to-hand attacks are really slow. So you saw at the start of that fight, I was hitting Ryuji's guard, or not Ryuji, I should say, not Ryuji's guard a hell of a lot, which is what was causing me to not really do much damage. So when you saw me get into my actual rhythm and do, like, obviously the counter and stuff like that, you saw, like, obviously the attack speed increase. That attack speed increase is vital for that fight. It's really, really good. Really, really good. I'm looking forward to seeing what that fight looks like in the Kiwami version of this game. I adore that fight so much. Like, you'll always hear fans of Ishin talk about that scene, and thankfully it happens, like, very early on. This is where we find out Bud. Yeah, that's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Alright, avoid junk, kid! So, if you're wondering why I keep saying junk kid, there is a set of friendship stuff in this game. Obviously the friendship stuff is exceptionally familiar to you if you've ever played stuff like, you know, OG2, K2, etc, etc. It's the exact same kind of system. You do things for people, your friendship meter builds up, and then obviously you become friends with them. Ishin has a fuckload of friends. No idea who this guy is. Basically, there's only going to be one group of actual people we make friends with in this run, and that's the taxi fee. That's the taxi people. That's the palanquin. The more times we use the palanquin, the more the friendship meter will go up, obviously. It's going to force us into a fight, which, if we can do, there's the junk kid. So that kid over there, if we get too close to him, he's going to stop us and ask for basically any material. I call him the junk kid because I give him all my junk. I'm not even kidding. I just give him all my scrap. If you give him all your scrap, everything's fine. That's why I call him the junk kid. Just keep calling him the junk kid because I just give him junk. Poor guy. He's happy with it, so. I am very happy that, Oreo here. Oreo? Otaye? Yeah. Has been replaced with Yuki. One of the best glow-ups of anyone in this entire series, going from side game content character in Yakuza 0 to full-blown main character in Ishin. That's one of those nice stories in this series. One of those really nice stories in this series. This guy is a ferryman. He's going to take us to where we need to go. Also, fun fact, there is, and this is something that I hope gets kept for, obviously, Ishin Kiwami, there is a Bakumetsu period version of Bob Utsunomiya. He actually is in the inn. So, I am really hoping, because there is obviously going to be, like, certain DLC items, that Bob is still in this video game. Be very upset if he's not. My internet is currently dying. This is something that I was worried about yesterday, because my internet wasn't that great yesterday. My internet doesn't do well when the weather is bad, and yeah. You haven't seen the news. There's a lot of rain and a lot of snow in the UK right now. So my internet's not been the best, sadly. It sort of stopped me yesterday, unfortunately. Stop dropping to like 1k KBs. Stop that. Stop it. Your stream is lagging. It's not your end. It's my end. Ay, ay, ay. It's a nice breakpoint. You don't get that many breakpoints in Ishin, unfortunately. It's kind of like with the Yakuza games. Like I kind of like if it's like a 4+ hour like run, like you know your LADs, your zeros, this Judgment, etc. I really like it when it has like at least one break segment, like preferably like near the middle of the game, like. I don't know, for just runner health and stuff, being able to just, like, you know, stand up, stretch, get a fresh glass of water, it's kind of nice. But unfortunately, some of them don't. LAD. This. I say this, there's actually a very, very long fight intro that does work. There's 2, actually. Although one of them is essentially the last hour of the game. So. There's the Mahjong place. They've got many a memory of that place. Many a memory of that place fucking me over. Yeah, as you can tell, this is the more rundown area of town. It's where all the thieves and stuff hang out. And it's where our mysterious masked friend is asked to meet us. We'll never guess who it is. Yeah, exactly. I hope that Bob is still in the game. Considering the game definitely is a bit more seemingly straight port than it sounds, I'm really hoping that they just, you know, HD'd his model or gave him a new model. I'll be upset if we are denied Bob once again. We haven't had Bob for such a long time at this point. Okay, Izo round 2. Izo round 2 is going to have a couple of new tricks up his sleeve. Every time we fight Izo, he's going to have a couple of new tricks up his sleeve. I'm probably losing time in this chapter because of, obviously, earlier. I was really hoping that it was Izo that we targeted. Anyway, that's his finisher. It's a lot of damage. God. I'm a little surprised about that. Yep. I actually kept Izo down quite a lot in this fight, which is nice. I wasn't expecting that after I messed up the combo against him, but fine. Actually, pretty good. You want Izo out of phase 2 as fast as possible, so basically just murder the guy. To guard, that's why I did the guard break. I was hoping that would hit the wall and do the damage, but nah, it's too far away. Too far away, she just did the full combo. Oh. That was an okay fight, I dealt with Izo quite well. I did not deal with the ads quite well. Arced one. Thank you for the Prime Gaming in the 5 months, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's the nice thing about today is I woke up early enough, because I went to sleep quite early yesterday, that I could do a long stream. Downside, if this run dies at any point for any reason, I won't have time to restart it. Because my dinner is in literally less than 5 hours in this run is a 5-hour run, so. But yeah, I'm going to lose time here, because this is like a minute-long cutscene, so. Oh well. But this is Takeshi Hanpeter. If you're going to be getting LAD Ishin in February, you're not going to see this guy. So, don't get used to this guy. This is the guy whose actor was replaced with Shibusawa's actor. That is the one actor change that worries me. This one right here. Mostly because Shibusawa's... I like Shibusawa's actor, and I know Shibusawa can do a good job, obviously, from Yakuza 0. But Takeshi Hanpeter's actor in this is genuinely really fucking good. So, Shibusawa's actor has a hell of a lot of work to do. And there's just certain facets of the character that I'm not sure if Shibusawa's actor can... If they try and play Shibusawa's actor like they played Shibusawa in 0, it's just not going to work for this character, unfortunately. But until we get the game in our hands, we'll have to see. I have faith. Again, Shibusawa's actor is a very good actor. Pretty much every other character change I am okay with. It's just Shibusawa's actor that scares me. So, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, as I expected to lose a bunch of time there. Pretty much every single fight in that chapter did not go well. And this is where we're going to do our first set of blacksmithing for our sword. Haha. This is where we start getting the sword pretty damn strong. Plus, we also walk past the place and we're dragged inside, so, you know. So essentially, the story of this game at this point is that we, in Chapter 1, the foster father basically got moidered by a guy using a very specific sword fighting style called the Rishin style. We are here in Kyoto, I believe, to be able to find the person who uses that style, and we have learned that many members of the Shinsengumi actually use that fighting style. So they are doing tryouts today to become a member of the Shinsengumi, so we're gonna go. Baba does a good job in this game, for multiple reasons that I won't get into plot-wise. But Zhao being a replacement for Baba is an exceptionally fucking good one. If there is any character that Baba got replaced by, Zhao is the correct choice. Zhao is 100% the correct choice. Fight spawn on the left-hand side there. Fight spawns as well are nice and distinctive in this game. If you know what you're looking for, you can tell quite easily who they are. The downside is there are certain places where there are fight spawns, like this bit right here in the middle, where if there are fight spawns in certain places, there's nothing you can do about it. And especially with like level 1 stamina. Fight spawn in front of us here is good, actually. I like this fight spawn, because we have to run quite far here. So having this fight spawn, also make sure you're running upstairs. Having that fight spawn there to like have a set of enemies to potentially deal with enemy spawn here is really nice. Yep. Actually, they're doing the harassing civilian one, so it's fine. But as we run past this way, blacksmith. I need to make sure I do the correct stuff here. So, the nice thing about the blacksmith is there's two components to the blacksmith. There is the blacksmith himself, and there is also a shop. So, to this guy. He gives us a free sword. We're not actually going to upgrade that sword, surprisingly enough. Can you buy cow? We want 15 of you and 15 of you. So, blacksmithing, there is actually a mini game to this. So we do have to be a little careful here. I want to upgrade. I want you. I know it's second tab, idiot. I know, no, second tab, idiot. There you go, that's the one. Idiot. Alright, so you're gonna see a bunch of orbs. We want to hit the gold orb, unsurprisingly. By hitting the gold orb, we get 5 damage on each one. If we miss any of this, we're gonna have way less damage during the run. So I really need to make sure I get it every single time. I do have to be a bit careful here. That was a little close. And one more. So the max this sword can go to without upgrading it is 120. Nice, got it. Okay, so because of that, we have the maximum amount of damage that we can do with our sword at this point. But also, this sword specifically, now that we've upgraded it, has the ability to break through armor a lot quicker. Which, as you can probably guess, is very, very bloody useful for this run. That's a fight spawn on the right. That's why I held my sprint. You also have to be a bit careful around here. It isn't quite Yakuza 5 levels of running into civilians stop shoot. It's kind of like a little bit of a blend of 5 and 0. But it's more towards the 0 part of running into people, which is nice. I'm so very glad that the NPC, like, animations and stuff have not been used from 5 since 5. Because, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now, more importantly, I've forgotten to do a certain thing. I was supposed to have leveled up again. Did this in my last run as well. Because I can get a bunch of attack for this next fight. Fuck. Just have to do it in the middle of the fight. Just lose damage in my first combo. It's a shame, because I don't want to... I need to go fast at the start of this fight to be able to get the guard from a certain familiar-looking face. Not Saejima, aka Shinpachi. see if I have time to get this off. Okay, so we're going to go down to the bottom part of the tree, and down here we're going to start getting a couple of level ups. We're going to get a little bit of damage right there. I believe that's more damage to enemies on the ground. I might be wrong with that. And as you well know, we have S Fisher. As you can see, it does a lot of damage. Nice. Good fight. Good fight. Good fight. Good fight. Very good fight. Very, very good fight. Nice. Finally starting to get that rhythm again. Here's not Majima, aka Okuta Soji. Again, these are all based on real characters from Japanese history, and also the gacha game Fate Grand Order. That last one is a lie. The last one is an absolute lie. Please do not think these characters came from Fate Grand Order. Please, I am begging you. Please, I am begging you. Ah, yes, my notes. Do not speak too taxi, question mark. Future Froob. Yes, don't worry. Future Froob here. Future Froob knows not to talk to that taxi. Hey, Akari, hope you're doing well. Grand Order is 100% historically accurate. I certainly remember the giant tentacle demons in mythological Japanese history. That's for damn sure. I certainly remember. Is it Dantes who's the werewolf and the president of the United States or some shit like that? I don't know. I don't play Fate Grand Order. I don't play that gacha game. Gacha games. Yeah, as you can see, we don't have the stamina to even leave Shinsengumi HQ at the moment, which sucks. We will do in... I was going to say soon, that's a lie. We will do in like 4 chapters. Future Fruit knows to just follow the markers at this point. Yeah, no. I'm fairly certain, yeah, because we can't taxi just yet. The people we just passed on the right, the Palanquins, those are our taxis. We'll be using those later on. This bit, we're at the whim of RNG for fight spawns, because we've got a long, straight pathway to go down. So we really need to hope that we don't have that many fight spawns. Because we get dragged by our friend, the priest. His shrine is up there to the left. Problem is, we never want to use that road where he's about to go down to the left. Which is a shame, because there is a taxi over there. Reason being is that there is one of our weapon masters down that road who encompasses the entirety of the road. That is unfortunate. Pretty good now that I've got past them, but that was unfortunate timing in terms of fight spawns. It helps because it means I won't have a fight spawn going down this way. And note to self, don't walk into the fucking postman today. Thumbs up. Don't ask. Don't ask. I remember where it was now. That just flashed into my head. I was trying to remember, like, why did the last run, like, not PB? And then I remembered, ah, yes. Walked into the postman. Damn postman doing their job. How dare they? It's cold as hell, you're damn right. That's why I currently have a very long hot water bowl warming me up right now. That future fruit knew not to go after the taxi here. Yeah, my PB had a whole bunch of stupid errors. Hey, look, it's Ijikata. He doesn't actually have a speaking role in this game. So I'm wondering with the Kiwami of this, whether they're just going to keep it as Hijikata, because technically they don't need a voice actor for this character. Interesting to get HD Hijikata as well. Either way, HD Mine, God, he's going to be so fucking hot. I might have to embarrass myself on Twitter when RGG posts about Mine in this game. By might, I mean I don't think I'm going to be able to hold myself back. God, he's so fucking hot. Hey James, gonna be doing well. You're answering hot wall. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's just been bitterly cold in the UK over the past few days, but it's been bitterly cold everywhere at the moment, so. Now, Western RGG haven't. Japanese RGG have, Western RGG have not. Shame about missing that hit, but good fight otherwise. Very good fight otherwise. Shame about missing that last hit. That was a very, very good fight. Oh well. It was a beautifully good fight. That's going to save me a little bit of time. Beautiful fight. Beautiful fight. You got snow. I haven't had snow. We've had rain, so snow hasn't had a chance to settle if it has tried. We're supposed to get the wonderfully titled Freezing Rain on Thursday. Which, hey, remind me not to leave my house on Thursday. Got some hours in the snow. Yo, that sounds nice. Speedrunning, pretty good so far. At chapter 2, but good chapters. Well, a bit of a okay chapter 1, but good chapter 3, or at least. My next level up isn't until like the next 2 chapters, right? No, it's actually this. Oh no, right, it's this chapter with not Date, and then it's 2 chapters from now. So a lot of these characters are getting replaced in Kiwami. Hamazaki here is getting replaced by Kuze. That's one hell of a change. I'm a little bit sad because I do like Hamazaki, but Kuze in this role, very good choice. Actually, genuinely good choice. Your main 4 of not Kiryu, not Saejima, not Majima, not Mine are all staying the same, which is nice. I'm just stunned we're getting HD Aizawa and Morinaga of all characters. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Those were not the characters I was expecting to, in this video game. All the characters to be replaced, I expected to be those 2, but... I don't know. Eutherium still comes. HD Aizawa. Comes are all thanks to the 8 months, I appreciate it. I'm still... I quite like, It's obviously not the actual same characters, but I do like not Aizawa in this game. And also how different he is compared to everybody else. And the fact that he gets more character development in this game than Aizawa ever does in Yakuza 5. Ouch. Anyway, here's not Baba. Baba being replaced by Zhao is also a pretty bloody good choice. I like Baba a lot, and I like Baba a lot in this role. Baba does, like... Yeah, you know that whole, like, creepy kind of undertone role that Baba does so well? He's really good in this game, but... Zhao also going to be very, very good. So... I'm actually a fan of, like, most of the actual changes. It's just Shibusawa's that has me. It's just Shibusawa being, Tachi Ampata that has me worried. I meant to take the stairs. The Palanquins are still not open yet, because we have a story beat in the middle of town that we have to go and do. So to make us, like, to force us to go over there, they don't give it to us yet. But fast travel opens up in this chapter. Me running out of stamina is also a big thing in this chapter. I don't know. I like the actors they used in the roles for this, but I also like the actor changes for Kenzan. Not Kenzan, Kiwami. Fight spawn probably around the corner, so I'm actually wondering why I'm talking to this guy. It's because he will actually despawn any fight spawns around this corner. I might have to do it again at the blacksmith. So I'm holding my sprint. Yep. No way we're getting past them. Nuh-uh. No way in hell. I'll take the extra second to go into the blacksmith and get rid of them, honestly. Fight spawns in this aren't that bad. They're kind of... They're on zeros level, so it's kind of like that. That's not great. I don't want to talk to this lady because she is a friendship event, but I'm going to have to. Yeah. Well, they don't buy anything, we should be good. Hey. But we have to use all of our repertoire of getting, like, rid of fight spawns and stuff. The good thing is, if there's a fight spawn in the middle here, it now won't aggro onto me because of those guys. Which there isn't. That's good. You get a fight spawn right here in the middle. It's one of the worst ones, but the nice thing is it's very easily choreographed. So I can tell when... or very easy telegraphed, should I say, not choreographed. So I should be able to tell if it's there before I get there. But that's the worst part for fight spawns in the game. That middle bit right there. Anyway, here's not Haruka playing the role of Haruka. She's a character called Haruka in this game. Surprise. Let's look forward to Crisis Core. I should be sponsored for Crisis Core tonight. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. So we should have an evening stream, even though we're going to go for a long stream this morning. We should have a sponsored stream of Crisis Core tonight. I'm looking forward to it. Well, no, in fact, I actually used to do speedruns of Final Fantasy VII Remake a very long time ago until something bad happened. So, yeah. So I'm looking forward to Crisis Core. I'm looking forward to seeing what the differences are. I'm not going to be committing to speedrunning Crisis Core. I would like to go back to speedrunning Final Fantasy VII Remake at some point. The problem that I have with FF7 Remake for speedruns right now is I own it on every single version. So I have the PS4 version, obviously, which is free upgrade to the PS5 version. But I also own the PC version. Because, again, my friends at Square Enix hooked me up with a code for that. So, my problem with Final Fantasy VII Remake as a speedrun is, which fucking version do I speedrun? Like, 4 has the most runners, and 4 also has a lot of really cool out-of-bounds stuff. But, like, for ease of access and for speed, PC is fastest. Even though it doesn't have a lot of the old original out-of-bounds stuff. So it's like... Yeah, Kyo's understands, because we've had this conversation before. It's like, I don't fully understand what one to pick. It's such a really hard decision. And it's not a problem of the actual leaderboard itself, because it's a necessity for the leaderboard. Every single one of those versions has to be split from one another, because they all have, you know, actual differences. I didn't want to level here. I wanted to go into my actual inventory and equip the really bad armor pieces that I just got. This way, I can survive a little longer. I was also supposed to turn around and do the shrine first, but oh well. Shrine guy is pretty short. Haruka's quite tall in this game. She's like a young adult. She's not like the... She's older than Haruka in 5, I believe. So... Yeah, as Kyo says, finding the correct run is the hard part. Because, like, there are big differences for FF7R. And honestly, Kyo said something the other day that probably is the thing that I would go for. Might just honestly do no major glitches. Like, and if I was to do no major glitches, the easiest way to do that would be PC version. Just the sheer ease of access and stream setup. So... I feel right, yeah. Because like I really like the chapter skip stuff for the original for the PS4 version of Final Fantasy VII Remake. Any percent, you can actually skip entire chapters. It's fucking hard to do with some of them, but you can literally skip entire chapters. You know how the game kind of like, if any of you played Final Fantasy VII Remake before, you know how the game kind of stops you like from going down certain roads in like Wall Street and stuff like that. Yeah, no, you can walk past those. And if you walk to a marker from a future chapter and interact with it, provided it doesn't soft lock the game, because you can soft lock the game quite easily this way, you can skip forward to that next chapter. The game is just like, oh, you're actually in this chapter, are you? Okay. So, that's how that works. Also, there are out of bounds in the original PS4 version. Used with potion walking, unironically enough. You use potions to fucking walk out of bounds. It's, from an actual technical standpoint and a speedrun standpoint, it's fucking fascinating. It really is. It's really cool speed tech. But, by God, I don't know which version of the game to run. Yeah, exactly. Like, PS4, it's a little easier, but it's also a lot slower. Like... So, yeah, I'm kind of peeping maybe no major glitches. Even though the glitches in FF7R are really fucking cool. Really, really fucking cool. It's just whichever, like, the easiest version for me, to use would be the PC version. But the more popular one is PS5, and it's basically just, you know, do you want to run the category? Do you want to run on the platform that's popular, or do you want to run on the one that's easy to set up and ease of access? It's a hard choice. It's basically like personal preference. So who the bloody hell knows? Because I don't know. Anyway, here's your palanquins. We're gonna start palanquining from now on. Palanquining. Basically, they're your taxi of this game. We're going to be using them at very specific points, because as you can see, that starts the friendship meter. When we get that friendship meter to a specific point, we're going to be forced into a fight. After that fight, we're going to get taken back to the inn. So we want that to be at a very, very specific point, and fuck the fight spawn that's on the bridge right now. Oh, it's not actually aggroing onto me. Oh, goodbye. Oh, goodbye. Barbarous Frog, thank you very much for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day today. So yeah, we'll see. I do want to go back to F7R, but I also owe a lot of other speedruns this year that I said I would do because of getting ill. I still owe Sonic Mania from August. I owe, as I said, I wanted to do No More Heroes 1, 2, and 3. At this point, it's probably either going to be 1 and 3 or just 3. We said in November I was going to learn a Pokemon, which... Please ignore the fact that it's the 13th of December. I got very, very sick. The majority of my November was literally spent fucking ill in bed. So, November doesn't exist for me. And, as I said, December is learning a very specific game, which is going to take a fucking long time, because it's Persona 5 Royal. And ideally, the original plan was to learn it so that I could do Persona 5 Royal on the 31st of December? Please tell me December is 31 days. The very last day of December leading into the new year. So... yeah. Back to the taxis, I believe. Yeah, I actually looked at No More Heroes 1's run recently. I fucking adore the early game route for No More Heroes 1 and how much of an absolute clusterfuck it is. Just going around getting... First option, yeah. Going around getting the Lolicov balls, going around, like, digging in the spots for money, going around opening dumpsters and shit. Like, holy fuck, it's so much of a, like, an absolutely wild route. Like, it is really wild, the start of that run. Like, it really is. Like, that way you don't do jobs for, like, a good couple of, like, boss fights. It's really fascinating. Like, it's genuinely fascinating, but also, holy fuck, it's convoluted. That's kind of what I like about the start of No More Heroes 1's run. Like, I like it. I like the look of that a lot. Like, yeah, Adrian VG has done a shit ton on that run. Like, I love the look of it. I really love the look of it. I also really like No More Heroes 3. So, we'll see. Run back to Taxi. There's just a lot of running around. There's a big set piece coming up in a second here. I'll be actually leveling up at a specific point in this next set piece. My fight spawn's been quite lucky so far because they've all been going this way, which is nice because I can just chill on my stamina and then run past them. They can even not notice me, which, yeah, sure, why not? This should also be the first option in the taxi list. Good. And I gotta run a long way here. This is usually where we can potentially get the first fight spawn in the run. This bit sucks. It's gonna be a really long bridge we have to run down, and there's just nothing we can do about it. Yeah, thought so. Fuck. I tried to get so far behind them. I should have used the, I should have used that pot that was on the floor, to be honest. Serious? Grandma? At least I managed to shake him out with a running attack. That's not the fight spawn I was talking about, by the way. The fight spawn I was talking about is going to be the next one, not that road. Not that road anyway, but the fight spawn guaranteed it. There was a dog down that road. Also, if I could keep this fight spawn, it'd be great, but I don't think I will be able to. The fight spawn is down this bridge. Fuck, it's there. I might be able to get past it behind. Shouts to the lottery. Hell fucking yeah. That's a lottery ticket if you've ever seen Yakuza 5. Same system. That was very lucky to get that. I'm now really upset about the fight spawn in town, because I could have had a fight spawnless chapter 4, which would have been nice, but... Oh, fuck, I keep running out of stamina. You really have no stamina at the start of this game. You really need to be a lot more careful with that. Like, a lot more careful with that. God, you have stamina, it sucks. Hey, Flora, I hope you're doing well. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on in terms of, like, speedrun learning, at the moment, because there's a lot of stuff that I want to do. Also, like, a month or two back, before I got the flu, had an amazing suggestion from LAD Ishin, where I, instead of Pokemon this month, or this month, last month, I was actually going to change it, and I was going to learn sleeping dogs instead, which I still want to do. So, again, fuck knows timing period on this. I have no idea. I have no idea if I'm being honest. Anyway, set piece time. Right, not skippable. I keep thinking this is skippable every time. Time-wise, we're not doing too great this chapter because of that fight spawn. This kind of sucks. Shame. So we should be getting a level up around about the after this first fight. So shame I don't have heat there because of the fight we got into, because you can use your heat there and demolish everyone's running attack. Kind of hoping that Nodate would do a better job with this guy, but no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know why barricades in the Yakuza games are either 1 hit or 5, but there's like very barely any in between. Please focus, Fiona. Thank you. Playing badly as well. Not good. I'll do my level up here. I wanted to wait a little bit until I leveled up again, but I'll do it here for the next bit. Okay, so we'll get a little bit of what we should be getting. Yep, a little bit of attack up here, and a little bit of, hopefully, HP up on the way as well. But these are 2 attack ups. That's why it's important to do this here, because we can do a lot of good damage. This bit is a bit tricky, but if we can go fast here, we can actually go reasonably quickly. So, we're supposed to use our gun and shoot enemies back. Damn it. I was just too slow. I didn't fear them. Okay, you're not. I was expecting you to shoot me, that's why I guarded. How dare you. Downside as well, I have like no heat to kill these fast, which is a massive shame. This is a really bad set piece so far. I intentionally let that go so I could hit both of them there. What am I running attack? That's... Sidestepping enemies! The bane of my entire fucking existence with this video game! Please stop all the dodging! Right, same here, but this one's a little trickier to get because, like, there's very little cover. They fire, like, immediately. If you dodge at the right time, you see that I got, like, a little red shadow there. It allows me to be a little bit speedy. And our last enemy. This guy fucks. Anytime you see an enemy that has, like, a face covering like this, they're armored. So we do have to be a little careful with them. Forgot about the follow-up there. Nice, got it. The nice thing is, you can guard against their attacks. Careful here, because, yeah, the back hit can actually hit you. That's what I wanted in the first place. I could have done this. Bad fight. Bad fight, bad set piece. Pretty cool. Just attacking on the ground there, to be honest. Bad set piece. I'm probably losing a chunk of time here. That sucks. Probably Switch version for No More Heroes 1. For No More Heroes 3, definitely PC. Definitely PC. For No More Heroes 2, I don't know. Miss me with that one, maybe. That's a shame. Fight spawn and that set piece, bad. If I didn't get the fight spawn, I still probably could have saved some time, but... Ow. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. That sucks. Callisto Protocol updated. Oh. That's why my fucking internet's been dying. It's the Callisto Protocol. That's why. That's why. I actually quite like No More Heroes 2, but I don't have time to keep learning all these runs at the minute, especially longer runs. Someone said something the other day. That's a bad fight spawn. I kind of agree with the sentiment behind it. And it's the same as the conversation we were having earlier about the Final Fantasy VII remake. In that, like, glitches in speedruns are really fucking cool. But also they take a long fucking time to learn. Like, there's certain glitches in certain runs do take a long fucking time to learn. In terms of, like, Yakuza runs, the most prominent glitches that we use in Yakuza runs, the entirety of Yakuza K1, which, again, you can argue whether that's not a glitch. I would probably argue that it's also not a glitch. But it is something that many people regard as a glitch. I do feel like it's not a glitch. I just feel like it's something that's, like, not stated out loud as to what it does. But Yakuza 5. Yakuza 5 has a glitch where we literally can walk through, like, a solid wall. Like, multiple times. We basically text box stack to be able to go through, like, invisible walls. Or not invisible walls, but, like, an invisible wall, and also just, like, get past certain, like, fight intros and stuff to skip certain fight parts. It's easy to do when you know what to do, but it's one of those that, you know, you have to learn first of all what to do. They said this like one of the longest champs in the game, actually. So like a glitch heavy run can take quite a long time to learn. But also so can a game that takes a lot of knowledge. With LAD, for example, you could probably start running the game following all the instructions and quite easily, once you obviously like do the run a couple of times, get a sub 430. But there's so much like little things to it that when you know these little things how to end fights faster, you can like save so much time in your runs. Like, but that's more of like a traditional any percent like kind of run where you just it's less glitchy, like less glitch heavy and more just understanding the run. Like, speedrun learning can be hard. Speedrun learning can be hard. It can take a lot of time depending on the game. Like even just like 30-minute runs can take a long time to learn. Like, especially if it's like a really heavy glitch heavy run. Like short speedruns can take a very long time to learn. The Sonic Mania, the problem that I've been having is the fact that I'd have to obviously learn level layouts and stuff like that. That's the reason why Sonic Mania took so long to learn, and I lost quite a lot of that since I haven't obviously done a run of it. Like, knowing which the best route through each level is, and if you mess up, you know, how to rectify that, go a proper way that's still pretty fast, etc. Where the Chaos Emeralds are, learning how to get the Chaos Emeralds, stuff like that. Alright, so something that is probably going to be in the Kiwami version of this game. I kind of hope it's not. I know it is going to be. Because this is the battle arena. The battle arena is actually necessary to fight Amon in this game. So every single one of these cards has special features to them, and they do different things. So this is basically just a tutorial for it. We have to go through this one. What we've done is we've equipped a battle card that can heal us. The two red ones, you might be surprised to learn, level your attack, or do your attack up. Gives us a heal. Also, you can see your HP bar goes like very, very high in this place. But those cards are going to get used automatically, as you'll see. You'll see that we do a lot of damage. You want to go as fast as possible here whilst this first attack buff is on, so that's not ideal. Switches. I was in the middle of hitting that, thanks. Hit switch, open door, go forward. That didn't actually kill. I'm just trying to get as much damage before those attack buffs run out. And now we're basically, in terms of like the actual run for this place, we want to get through here as fast as possible because then the attack buff will come back on. I was really hoping he'd break that. So the battle dungeon as well is super necessary if you're playing casually because, as you can see, you get a bunch of upgrade materials for your weapons in here, and I mean a lot. He's like one hit, he'll stand up and go down. Hope to hit him with one of those attacks, but I only took 4. What? Should take 5. One of my attack buffs is going to come back here, which is fine. Why did you change target? Come on. So as you can see now, I'm doing a lot more damage. won't have the attack damage for this guy. Because this guy fucks. Okay, that actually still had the attack damage. It's nice because, as you can see, he runs through and actually annoys you a lot. So getting rid of that guy is really nice. Like, genuinely really, really nice. That's a finish up. Still good. Okay. And it's also vitally important on this bit here that you do the bottom option when you go to this door. Because that makes you leave. But there are about, I want to say there's 20 missions here. Unfortunately, they are all necessary for aim. And the thing about this is those cards that were usable there, they're kind of similar to the new battle card system that's going to be in the Kiwami version of this game. And that's the fear that I have. For anyone who's played Ishin previously, those battle cards are going to wildly change the combat in this game. Again, not sure in a good way or a bad way until, you know, we actually get our hands on the game. But understandably, a whole bunch of us are a bit worried that those cards are going to make the combat very, very different. But again, can't say that until I actually get my hands on the game, you know? Could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. We'll see. Is this the part where I take the palanquin or not? I can't... No, because it's removed, that's right. Which is this bit? This is the raid, isn't it? Well, it's like the first raid coming up, isn't it? No, it's the Izo fight. The free? Yeah, it's Izo free. Alright, this is where we meet Hamazaki. Right. Yeah. I remember. There's probably a fight somewhere outside the blacksmith again, because there is not one here. So, this right here, that long bit right there, the entirety of that area is the fight spawn. That's the one that I'm worried about. That's why I have to hold my stamina in certain places, including the middle of the map here. That's the worst kind of fight spawn you can get, because if you've used up your stamina before you get them, look, they're still on me right now. If you've used up all your stamina before you get to, like, this bit, for example, then... And that type of fight spawn appears here, then there's nothing you can do. You will get into that fight spawn. Anyway, here's Yamazaki. You might recognize this guy. It's Yamazaki from Yakuza 5. It's Yamazaki, I should say. So yeah, this guy, he's going to be replaced by Jungi Han in the Kiwami version of this game. Which, fuck yeah, Jungi Han. I'm taxiing. Taxiing is obviously fast here to get back to the top part of the city. We're actually going to the other part of the city. Fight spawn directly ahead of me, so I'm going to deal with that by going the other side. Hey, didn't get into a fight with me. That's one of those rare fight spawns that you have to walk into them to actually get into a fight with them. Obviously, quite like those ones. Could be third option. Yes. That's... be very careful when going through this taxi here. There is a sub-story right on the other side. Like, 2 hour... It's like to where the bottom of the screen is. It's the guy on the right there. If you start the sub-story by being too close, you can cancel out. But you do lose a little bit of time. And if you do accidentally speak to him, you won't be able to trigger his sub-story again in the run unless you actually, like, physically speak to him. And this is where I fucked up the last time we played Ishin and accidentally left this area once we were done here. Top option is the correct option here. Bottom is yeah. No. Also, this is technically the series' last appearance of a certain couple. Although technically that was K2, actually. We're here to see, on official Shinsengumi business, a courtesan and a certain runaway samurai. Never guess who they are. Actually, main story content, it's Akimoto. It's good old Akimoto. That's why I like Ishin. Even though Ishin is not connected to the mainline games, it still has these nice fun references to previous Yakuza games. And you can probably guess, Akimoto isn't much of a fight. If done correctly, this fight is exceptional. That's unfortunate. Again, that is a really hard skill to hit. Like, it really is hard to hit. That was a fight. Nothing to write home about that one. It's fine. Okay, very importantly, don't go down to the bottom part of the city, otherwise this run is over. There is no avoiding it, and it will be the end of the run. So I need to go to... Yeah. First option. I think it's the first. Might be incorrect. We'll see. Very important that we taxi here. Again, avoid the sub-story on the left here. I'm fairly confident it's the first option. If I'm wrong, then that's unfortunate, but we'll see. Oh, correct. Shinsengumi HQ. Essentially, the bridge that we used to get across there is now not crossable unless we have official story business, because we will get stopped by a very, very exceptionally long sub-story, so we must make sure that we don't go that way. Yahata. It's being replaced in the Kiwami by, I want to say it's Mabuchi or, what's his face from Yakuza 6. It's one of the two of them. One of the two of them, I don't remember which one. I almost said Kashiwagi, but that's Kashiwagi. That's Kashiwagi. That right there is Kashiwagi. That guy right there. Definitely not a bartender. Here's this game from? I think it's 10 years old this year? Or 11 years old? Something like that. It's actually, I want to say it's PS3 and PS4. Like, it is old. This game came out before, it was the game that came out pre-Zero, so between 5 and 0. But it follows more the Zero game design than obviously thingy. Oh yeah, now it's the Izo fight. Yeah, because we can't Palanquin. Yep, I know exactly where we are now. Perfect. Good stuff. 2014, exactly, 10 years. 10 years, exactly. 2022 minus 12 equals 1999. Yeah, 10 years. Yep. I'm gonna count them, by the way. And trust me with numbers. Yep. But yeah, this is from the Zero era of Yakuza games. As I keep saying to people, if you liked Yakuza 0, get rid of him, this guy. It's better to not take fight spawns than to take a fight spawn at all. It's just unfortunate because that one can spawn down there, but thankfully there isn't any more now. That's why it's so unfortunate, because there's like it's just getting to here, but you can't run past that fight spawn. But it's as I keep saying to people, if you enjoyed Yakuza 0, you're very much gonna like Ishin when it comes out in February, the remake of it. At least I hope so. With the battle changes, I'm a little worried, but I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. But this is the exact same era of like Yakuza game design as 0, so that's the reason why I keep saying to people, like, you will enjoy this game if you like 0, not just because the character changes. I do have some strong feelings on the character changes. 95% of it is positive. It's just one character that has me a little worried. But again, can't tell until the actual game comes out. I didn't get the guard off. I really did not want you to take this guy to the ground, because I do not want to use my heat in this fight. I need to hold my heat for this next fight. This next boss fight is the boss fight that RGG demoed at TwitchCon and stuff. So it takes a while to get here. It's like chapter 5 in the game. Like in the speedrun, it takes an hour and a half. So it takes a good long time to get to this fight in the game. This is one of the reasons why I'm a little worried about bloody thingy. It's because for some reason they've gone back to the Yakuza 6. I don't know if it's because Unreal Engine for the first time. They've gone back to the Yakuza 6 engine of like one single HP bar, despite the fact, you know, multiple HP bars. I like multiple HP bars. I don't like this whole one HP bar shenanigans kind of thing. He's a no! Oh, he actually is really going at me. I've lost my rhythm. Good, that's it. Okay. Well, I got his HP down quite a bit before Phase 3 really began, so it's not too bad. Phase 3, Phase 2. Just to get my heat back as well, so we can try and finish him off. At this point, Izo in this fight has started to learn the secret methodology of teleportation. I can keep him locked in. Nope. Fuck, yeah, that combo is the worst one that Izo can do to you. Terrible fight. Good first half, second terrible fight. Oh, is the actual recap out? I didn't realize the recap was out. I would look if they had a good opportunity to, but unfortunately I don't. there's no good period for a while where I can look at the recap. I could look at it in about an hour. I can look at it in about an hour. Actually, I wonder if I could get it on my phone. If I could get it on my phone, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, if I could look at it on my phone, that would actually be genuinely fantastic. Nope, not logged in. Kitty, bye. Fine. Session got its wrap up today too. That's interesting. I genuinely wonder what I would have in my PlayStation wrap up. It'd probably be LAD with all the LAD speedruns, to be honest. That's a bad fight one. I gotta deal with this. I gotta deal with this. I gotta deal with this. How do I deal with this? How do I deal with this? How do I deal with this? I don't. Fuck! Come on. Despawn, 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 despawn. Diaggro, diaggro. Okay, let's go. Shit. Because the trouble is, they're still here. Because he's still here, so his friends are still down here. And he's gonna aggro onto me, which is gonna cause these two to aggro onto me if I'm not careful. Yep. Look. Yep. Fuck! Ah, terrible fight spawn. Fucking terrible fight spawn. Why are you aiming on the dead guy, Ryoma? He was actually dead before you even started charging that last hit. Christ. Targeting in this game sometimes makes me mad. That's such a shame. That's such a shame. I knew the second that he didn't despawn that was going to be a fucking problem. First option? First option. Please. Nice. I was going to be saving a whole shit ton of time in this chapter, but I just fucked it really badly. That's such a shame. Very annoying. Anyway, this conversation means that the next time we take a Palanquin is the guaranteed fight. So, the next time we want to take the Palanquin is one of the times that we want to come back to the inn. The next chapter should start us at the Shinsengumi, if I remember rightly, and that's the reason why we want that taxi to be now. That's the reason why we've taken all these taxis to this point, is that it should be perfectly timed. Should. Should. Moderating 15 challenge, you truly only moderate 4. Interesting. Interesting. I might be able to look. This is a decently long cutscene. Twitch recaps. Let's have a look. I think that link is getting hammered because it is not loading. There we go. I don't care about community. Show me viewer. I'm curious who I... In mod 7 channels? Favorite streamers. Oh. I just saved 2 minutes. What the fuck? What the fuck? I just saved 2 minutes. Excuse me? Excuse me, what the fuck? Anyway, I gotta focus on speedrun for now. One of the viewers in, or one of the channels in my top view channels is a little surprising. I haven't really watched them that much. 280 hours only. One of them is not surprising, because I quite like their YouTube content. One of them I'm surprised I watched that much. My favorite streamers are essentially, there's technically free speedrunners on this stream, but most of them don't really speedrun anymore. My top watched channel is Chilled Chaos, just because I really like their gang of, like, Among Us stuff, which is really good entertainment. Spike Vegeta is my second most watched, which I actually watched Spike a lot less in this year, towards the end of it, but I really like Spike stuff. Spike stuff actually got me through COVID, both Spike and Nukes, so I'm not surprised they're on there. Third most watched, just 2 hours less than Spike Vegeta, well no, 10 hours less than Spike Vegeta, is a certain Ecdysis, who apparently I'm in the top 2% of chatters for Ecdysis. Interesting. And then the last one is I Ate Your Pie, who I don't think I've watched I Ate Your Pie since, like, May. So I'm a little surprised about that. My favorite categories are Mogus. Yup. Mogus. Among Us, just chatting Pokemon and Fall Guys, which, that is a little surprising. I guess with, Ecdysis does a whole bunch of different speedruns. I would have expected Dead Rising to be on there. Because I love watching Ecdysis's Dead Rising runs, so I'm very, very surprised Dead Rising's not on there. So this should be taxi to, like, any option, but just in case I'm going to taxi to the correct place. But this should be the taxi fight. If we've done this correctly, this is going to be the taxi fight. Fucking perfect. That is the absolute perfect taxi list. I was absolutely watching Pie for Pokemon. I actually was 100% watching Pie for Pokemon. One of my top emotes is just the smile emoji. What about my streamer stats? 246 broadcasts, 391k hours watched, 2k clips created, 3k highest CCV. Jesus Christ. 1k new subscribers. Good lord. What? Killing this man with a hammer because fuck this guy. Thank you for the sub. I can't actually see my alerts right now. Hold on, please, while I stab this man. I push it. Not that. 1k new subscribers, 5k new followers, 128 million channel points. Jesus Christ. 233k chat messages. Jesus. Fuck you. How did you hit me? Come here. Come here. You backstepping enemies. Bane of my fucking existence. Top emotes. LOL used 6.2k times. Froob spin. 1.6k times. Froob peak, 1.4k times. Froob Y, just under that by like 30 times. Froob nice, under that by like 30 times. We only added those emotes like halfway through the year as well, so like that's pretty good. Nice, I've forgotten where I'm going now. In. Oh, that's a really bad fight spawn. Don't like the look of that. Sorry, can't see chat right now. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going back to the end. I'll become a proper streamer again. Okay. I'll go back to my room first. I'll go back to my room first. Hold on. Oh, good. Bring my actual layout back so I can see what the fuck's going on in the speedrun. Sagita, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate it. Sorry about that later. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Number 3, right above Greg Chun. Yeah! Suck it, Greg. I was supposed to go to my room. Fuck, it even says on my notes, go to my room. Fuck. Damn it, Hajime, go to your room. Nah, Greg's good people. Greg's very good people. I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, I wonder like how close people were to my 4th spot in my Twitch recap, because like I really did like stop watching Pi about like halfway through the year. I watched Pi on and off, but I did stop watching Pi like halfway through the year. So I wasn't expecting Pi to be on my list. I was actually my list. I was expecting. I'm not surprised about Chill Chaos. Spike I thought would be a bit further down than 2nd. Spike usually is like live at like this point, and like around this point is when I get dinner, so I always like have Spike on for like whatever Spike's doing. Igdice is not surprised at, because again, when I finish streaming, it's either usually like Igdice or Maxi, etc., who are live. So I'm kind of surprised like Maxi isn't on my list. I'm also surprised Punchy isn't on my list. Very surprised actually. Same with actually, like, Kyo's as well, because I watch Kyo's a lot. Yeah, hope you're doing well, Yao Bagel. Hope you're doing also very well. I feel like Yao would be on my list if I started watching Yao a bit earlier in the year. I like this fight one. Okay, it's one of the aggro ones, it's good. There's no taxi here! Fuck, I forgot, it's the walking bit. Because it's the bit where Morinaga actually does something. Fuck! I'm going to lose so much of this time in this chapter. Look, I'm actually going to intentionally walk into this fight spawn. Yeah, I was going to say, please aggro, thank you. Just in case there's like a fight spawn here, which there isn't. There might be a fight spawn at the early part of this bit, but it won't be a bad fight spawn. Yeah, it's there. So, there is a cutscene in this bit, so I'm just going to have to hold my stamina until about here, and then go. Again, it's the entirety of this road. And there you go. Yep. Damn it. I just switch you watch all stream. Yeah, I mean, if there's any streamer that, like, does... I want to use the word hustle, but if there's any streamer that actually, like, puts the hours in, like, far more than anyone else, it's absolutely you. You're definitely one of, if not the most, like, probably hardworking people I know on Twitch, considering you also work and then you still do, like 8 to 12 hour streams every bloody day. Like, you are genuinely one of the hardest working people I've seen on this platform. Without a shadow of a doubt. Do I run here? Yes. Check my notes. Yes. There's a big long set piece in this chapter. I might be able to, like, not bleed too much time, because I think I did it quite badly in my PB. There's a fight spawn by the top part there, which won't aggro onto me, which is a shame. Might be one outside of the blacksmith here, so we have to be a little careful. Our stamina going up here. Nope. Around this corner then is highly likely. There it is. It's going around this corner, which is good, because I can run into them and then just run straight past. Good. Okay. Kyoto is built differently. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sub-story here. Can't avoid it. Don't worry about it. We won't be doing it. It's just the introduction to it. There's a sub-story further back down there. I suggest if it's in this game, the remake of this, which it should be, I suggest you all go and do it. Trust me. Good sub-story. Very good sub-story. I hope it is in the game. That sucks going in two different places. Because this chapter's pretty much just one big set piece. So. That's LAD. You definitely watch a lot of my LAD runs then. I'm surprised I'm in the top 2% of chatters for Igdices. Because usually what I do with like most streams, it isn't just Igdices, but what I usually do for most streams is just, I say like hello, or like I jump in the stream and say something, and I just lurk for a while. Like sometimes I'll like be more engaging. It's not like any of the streamers themselves. It's just sometimes I just lurk way more than I do like actual chat, and most of the time I'm just like, yo, what up? Good luck with the run. Or like GG, etc. Like. I like being comfy on Twitch. I like being comfy on Twitch a lot. There's a hell of a lot of new followers though. The 5K. We're actually close to 15k, which is why 5k is a lot. I've grown like a third of my entire channel this last year. Like that's a huge amount. We're currently at 14,863 followers. I said I would do something special if we got to 15k, but that was before I got the fucking flu. So, the odds of us getting to 15k now before the start of the new year are exceptionally slim. We need like 140 new followers, which that's not happening. That's not happening, unfortunately, but we attempted and we did good. The reward I was going to do was, it was going to be another, it's been like 3 or 4 years since I last did this. We were going to do like a story marathon for all of the RGG games. In essentially like release order, or chronological order, so obviously start with 0. This should be 3rd option? Second option. Second option. Second option. Oh yeah, because it's the bottom part of the map and then up to the top part of the map, if this is the raid I remember. Which it is. Which it is. Nice. Which looks is nice background noise. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the good thing about, like, speedrun streams as well. It's not just speedrun streams, but I think that's the good thing about speedrun streams, is speedrun streams are quite nice to just lurk in. Like, especially RGG runs, because, like, if you've seen with Ishin, like, we've had a lot of downtime over, like, the last 2 chapters. Ishin, unfortunately, follows the kind of... I say again, this is why I keep saying to people, like, if you like 0, you'll like this game. It follows the same kind of, like, thing as 0, where, you know, the middle of the game has a little bit of downtime, but the bits around the bits of downtime are really good. 0 has way less downtime than this, which is nice, though. But definitely this game has a fair amount of downtime. That's why I was hoping the Kiwami of this would have skippable cutscenes, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it does, which is a shame. Speedrunning the remake of this is gonna be a pain. Still gonna do it, of course. You're not gonna do it, but... 5/3 year in a row. God damn. God damn. Massive respect. Ignore the dog. Doggo cute, but Doggo interrupts speedrun. Sorry, Doggo. This building right here we're running past, the purple one on the minimap, that is a minigame that is exclusive to Ishin. It is a river minigame. It's fucking hard. If you're after good, hard river minigames in LAD Ishin, yeah, that building right there. Oh boy. A big long set piece. I was supposed to level up at the Shinsengumi, which I didn't do. Do I want to level up here? When's my next level up? It should be chapter 8? Should be the last level up. I want to level up here. I might get like a little bit of attack up, so I should probably try it. Oh yeah, I can't fucking start with it. Oh, look. I hit this guy at the same time, sadly not. I made this guy dead. He's just not coming over to me. Gun guy, stop that. Thank you. Absolutely losing time in this chapter. After earlier in these bad fights, it's definitely happening. Do you want that for later? That's a decent healing item. Make sure you avoid this man throwing furniture at us. That's kind of bloody rude if you ask me. Ah, sometimes I can get this guy. This time, sadly. Okay. Now it's time for another one of these surprise cameos. Again, someone that doesn't actually get any voice acting. This guy fucks. This guy is actually a reasonably easy fight to lose a lot of time in, because he's unarmored, unlike the rest of these enemies, but he's wielding a giant two-handed weapon, so you've already seen two-handed enemies in this game and how much they fuck. Once again, I ask the question, much like I do every time I speedrun Yakuza 5, why can I? There he is. It is good old Kanai. He doesn't speak in this game. He's just here. He's just a random ass enemy to fuck you up. I'm genuinely wondering if he's still gonna be here in the Kiwami. Because technically they don't need to get the voice actor back. He has no voice. How did that fucking knock me down? Nice. Good fucking god. That one understandable. Oh my god. That's actually a really good move to get because it just dizzies him. Good stuff. Okay. Okay, fight. Could have gone better, but could have gone way worse than that. That guy can just knock you down so many times. The enemies with weapons like that just knock you down so many times. Yeah. Kind of scary. Go. No, this way, dumbass. This way, dumbass. So there's going to be a couple of rooms we have to clear here. We have to actually go through every single room individually and clear all of them. Hope that would have been enough. You also have to talk to like everybody in this room. If there's like a person in the room to talk to, you have to talk to everybody. I went backwards. Fucking hell. It's me not paying attention. That guy has to die. Also, one thing that I'm doing that is maybe not too clear. When I'm doing certain combos like the running attack or when I'm doing the charge triangle attack, I'm pressing triangle at the moment my attack hits. It uses up a little bit of heat, but it does do a little bit more damage. So it's very important. See the flash on the screen? That's it doing more damage. You can also tell because, you know, I lose heat. I'll level up my sword. Okay, this way first. And as you've seen, enemies with guns are a lot weaker to enemies with, like, normal weapons. Okay, should be the boss now. After this room. Yeah, I'm losing time. I'm absolutely losing time this chapter. This sucks. Really? Okay. Right, you guarded it first. I'm gonna end on this side of the room where I am right now. Nice double. Anytime an enemy shoots their sword like that, they are going to attack you, so you have to be a little careful. You've got an enemy. I didn't hit the both of them, but this guy's backing out. I knew he had like 1 HP. I knew he didn't have that much. Okay, boss time. This time loss is gonna hurt. This time loss is gonna hurt a lot. Alright, this fight can go very, very quickly. It didn't even go that well in my PB, so I'm a little upset I'm already losing time here. Direction I want to take you in. I want to take you into this corner. This corner's really good for getting you stuck. I'm missing that attack way too much in this run so far. Nice. Good catch. Good catch. Oh, I am losing a minute? That sucks. God, that fucking sucks. God, that fucking hurts. Ouch. Shame. Sucks. Terrible chapter. Terrible chapter. Oh well. Never mind. Let's not get lost this time. Hey Arrow, doing pretty good. Hey Banhit, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're both doing well. This chapter is the chapter where we finally get some shrine upgrades for our sprint, by the way. So we can start running around a lot better this time. It's just we've built up enough of our Dharma, or our Karma points at this point, and then we can finally get some sprint upgrades. Really nice. Be able to actually run around the city a little bit more. Right, I forgot my fucking I forgot my fucking notes here. I just Shinsengumi stuff. And every time I read in my notes Shinsengumi stuff, I know that immediately means there's a bunch of waffle and I know exactly what it is. It's also not wrong. It's a bunch of Shinsengumi stuff, to be fair. I'm on. Yep, Ishin. It's going okay. Run was going much better earlier, but I've just lost a minute for like being an idiot. So it's kind of frustrating. Run was good. Now run okay. But yeah, when we actually get to like the later parts of this run, where after we get like through all the filler stuff, the run just goes from like 0 to 100 real fast. This up, sorry, doesn't matter. We have to run past this bit several times, so we're gonna be like triggering that at some point. As long as we don't speak to them again. That fight spawn really saw me that far away? Yeah, fuck you. And we want the fourth option for the taxi. At this point, the Shinsengumi in the taxi list has gone from the first option to the second option to the fourth option. The taxi list in Ishin keeps fucking changing. Anyway, have I professed my love for this guy enough yet? God, I want to fuck this guy, not Hamazaki. I'll point that out, not Hamazaki. Technically Ryoma, but that guy. No, not you. That guy. That guy. That guy. Fuck, I love Watase. God, the second that he started speaking in the reveal trailer for Ishin Kiwami, I lost my fucking shit. Because I knew exactly who the fuck it was, and I knew exactly what the fuck we were about to see. God. God! I want to fuck that man. I'm saying the quiet part out loud again, but God, I would fuck that man. Actually, he'd fuck me, to be honest, but man's hot. Man's fucking hot. Anyway, Shinsengumi stuff. There's a bunch of plot stuff that happens here. We gotta speak to a bunch of people. We gotta get some information from the guy that they were torturing in the fucking storeroom, for example. That's why my notes say Shinsengumi stuff is it's just we're here in the Shinsengumi for like a couple of minutes. How do you get the PlayStation recap, by the way? I assume it's like a marketing email they send you, which, if so, oops, I don't have marketing emails on for PlayStation. I'll have a look at my emails, see if I've got one in like my spam filter or something, but I doubt it. So I am curious as to what my most played shit in like PlayStation this year was. Because I actually genuinely have no idea, despite the fact that I have a PS5. Like, honestly, the only things I've been using it for is speedrunning. Like, reminder: the PS5 currently only has 6 exclusive games. One of those is Returnal, so make that 5. I joke, but I'm also feeling the pain. Where are the video games? Sony, please give me the video games. It's been a shame. It's mostly because of, obviously, the pandemic. Like, this is the reason why, like, I've said this a couple of times. It's the reason why there's been a very slow, like changeover from last gen to, like, current gen, because like most of the time, is like you'll know, whenever there's a new console generation. Why do I go this way? I swear this way is slower than going the other way. Because I have to run around the entirety of the building, whereas the other way I just have to go that way. Why have I been going the slow way this entire fucking time? Like, literally, the entire fucking time. What's wrong with me? Actually, I get very surprised on my streamer recap that I don't have Argic in my top 4. Like, very surprised. There's a lot of streamers I'm surprised aren't in my top 4. The likes of, like, Punchy, Maxi Lobes, and Argic, definitely. Like, I'm very surprised. Very, very surprised. Anyway, we're done with Shinsengumi stuff. Shout out to Strip Mahjong. Good video again. Not done with Shinsengumi stuff. I lied to you. We are actually done. Leaving now. Oi. This is a console that no one seems to have. Yeah, I mean, the big problem about the lack of games for the PS5 is the development time for anything, and I mean anything at this point, has been hit by COVID. Like, it's the whole, like, reason why Square Enix have put out, like, 12 games over, like, the last 4 months. That might be an exaggeration, but it genuinely might not be, and I'm not quite sure if it is an exaggeration. Square, I love you, but Jesus Christ. And they're not fucking done, because we've got Theatre Rhythm coming up, and Forspoken, and, like, Final Fantasy 16 in the summer, and probably... How long has it been? How long has it been since the... how long has it been since, I had to check where I was going there. It's always the inn. Always the inn. How long has it been since Endwalker came out? Are we getting the next expansion next year or the year after? Because it's always 2 years between expansions, which is nice. Oh, by the way, the British are here. What a fucking surprise. Hi, I'm British. No, this guy's here. He's British, and the man has a fucking cannon. He literally went the wrong goddamn way in his boat and ended up here with a goddamn fucking cannon in his boat. Don't ask. This is a sub-story. It's exceptionally unavoidable because we have to walk past this part to get to the taxi like 20 times more in this run. So, you are triggering this sub-story at some fucking point. And considering this is the quickest way to the taxi, it's just worth running past it. Like... Being good. Which way FPS? God, I saw those fucking tweets. Like... I've seen so many people moaning, you know, there's been no good games to play this year, like, outside of, like... It's the usual crowd that only play, like, the CODs and stuff, who are all like, you know, hey, please release a good game so we can play it. If you want a good FPS to play that isn't Call of fucking Duty, the immediate thing that springs to mind that got completely shafted at the Video Game Awards by the Jeffrey of the Keeley, Neon White. Go play Neon fucking White. It stunned me to see that somebody's made a VR mod for Neon White, and I remember the later game levels of Neon White and thought about doing them in VR and immediately decided, you know what, I'm not gonna do that. I'd rather not do that, if I'm being honest. I would rather like to keep a hold of everything that's up here. Because, oh my god, those later levels in VR are going to be absolutely fucking bad in VR. Not in a bad way, but in a sense of, oh god, you are going to throw up kind of way. Holy shit. This should be the shrine stuff at this point, because this is where we go see, bloody not Ryuji. Of Chotsu. Should be map marked at the top of the map. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. I know exactly where I am, so second option on the taxi list. But yeah, this is where we finally get some stamina upgrades, so I can finally start running around the fucking city without losing all of my stamina. No. Close. Close. Predictions for dates? Well, it's always 2 years after, although I guess, again, COVID could have hit Impact production, considering Endwalker was a little late because of COVID. I can't remember if Endwalker was last year or this year, that's why I'm specifically asking, because it's always 2 years. Well, I guess with the start of a new storyline, they could delay it for a year, but probably not. Isn't there a fan fest in like February? Last year, December. Okay, so yeah, it's probably the end of next year then, if not maybe the early parts of the year after. It wouldn't surprise me if the 2-year cycle got broken up a little bit just because of how late Endwalker was because of COVID, which again can't be helped. And I would honestly rather them wait, take their time. I'd honestly much rather them wait than be able to, especially with the start of a new storyline. Like, I'd rather wait and let them craft what they want to craft. So I wouldn't mind, like, an extra year until the next expansion, to be honest. Yeah, Metal Hellsing are good, too. Yeah. Metal Hellsing are very, very good. Yeah, I could see Spring Summer 2024. And again, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, either. I think, like, considering, like, how impacted, like, the thing is, I think that's probably a good set of dates, honestly. There together. Shame. I was really hoping to get that double... running attack. Shame. Hey, we're at the shrine. We're at the big shrine. There's, like, a couple of little shrines around town. There's one near the inn. But this is the big shrine. We're going to go do a little bit of story, and then we're coming back here to get our fucking stamina upgrade at last. Excuse my language. You'll immediately see the difference in stamina when we run from this place and we go back. We're forced into story here, but yeah, if we go back to the shrine, we'll be able to get the stamina upgrades. This isn't that long of a chapter. The next chapter has a giant set piece in it. This chapter, we finally get to meet the leader of the Shinsengumi, who has been replaced by Adachi in the Kiwami. Which, honestly, as much as I like the face actor in this game, replacing him with Adachi is one hell of a good choice. One hell of a good choice. I'm very happy with that decision. Very happy. That decision, actually. That's a fantastic choice. As I said, with the actor changes of this game, there's not actually that many that I'm worried about. I'm actually quite happy with a hell of a lot of them. And it's not going to impact the story in any way. The story of this game is still going to stay the same. But this man's going to be Jungi Han. I can't fucking wait. Can't fucking wait more Jungi Han, please. Thank you, yes. Thank you, yes. Yeah, we'll start kicking into overdrive in terms of like action stuff in this game in a second. But first, to the shrine. This is a rare fight spawn. You can tell because of the guy and his headpiece. If you see any guys with headpieces on them like that, they are fight spawns that will get you a member of the battle dungeon. I did not mean to get too close to this lady, because unfortunately that happens. So we pray to the shrine. 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to make sure I get the actual correct one. Sprint 1, sprint 2. And now look how far I can sprint. This. So much better. Third option for the taxi. Look at that. Now I can finally run around this city. Oh, it feels so much better now. It feels so much better now. Again, watch out for the sub-story guy. There's him there on the right. Ayeru. And as said, we now get to meet the leader of the Shinsengumi. This is one of those fights that can get a little tricky if you don't do a good rhythm against him, so hopefully we do well here. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see what my Twitch recap stats as a streamer were like if I didn't have to take off like 3 weeks like during November for this flu. Once again, I know I keep saying it, I know I keep harping on about it, but once again, thank you very much for your patience during all of that. Like, as a streamer, it's taking any time off as a streamer, especially when like obviously this is your job, is a very terrifying fucking thing because it sounds absurd, this, but if you don't stream for a period of time when being a streamer, you do start losing your audience. It's really weird, because, like, people find new streamers to watch, and they go and, like, enjoy their content and watch them. It's the cycle of streaming. It's gonna happen as well to a lot of people where, like, other people enjoy, like, some new content and get bored of my content. Fair enough, it happens. But it happens a lot faster if you don't stream. It sucks. And obviously, with this being, you know, my actual job, any time off is lost money. Like, obviously, I didn't get to finish the ad campaign last month. And I'm intentionally choosing not to do the one this month because, fuck, the hours lost. I wouldn't have been able to do it anyway, which, thank God, honestly. Good start. I want to push Kondo into this corner if I can. I've slightly lost the rhythm of this fight, but this is a good amount of damage free QTE. So it's not that bad. Yep. So I wanted to hit for a little bit of extra damage and also to get this started faster. Also, the cinematography in every one of these fights from this point on is fucking phenomenal. This is the kind of stuff you would expect to see in your, like, actual, like, samurai drama movies. It's so good. At this point, Kondo is a pain in the ass to take care of. Just because of that. Nice. Oh, I broke guard. Shit. I was really hoping that would connect, because most bosses in Ishin, when they guard a bunch, they also kind of, like, do a dodge around you like that. And, like, some of your attacks actually do have enough of a swing to them that you can hit them from behind. Yeah, say 2 seconds. I'm happy with that. We'll wait and save time now. You top 3 streamers. Yo, nice. Oh, nice. It's always nice to be in people like top 4 or like top whatever streamers, honestly. It's really, really nice to hear. It shows that the content that I put out is something you're enjoying, which is nice. Shinsengumi should be one of, if not the last level ups. I think it's the penultimate level up, actually. I think I said this one was going to be the last one. I think it's the penultimate one. Look how much further I can now sprint with these sprint upgrades. God, it's so nice. Should be the 4th option, because Shinsengumi should now be always the last option in the list now. All of the earlier Shinsengumi taxi shenanigans should now have fucking calmed down. Better fucking calm down, swear to God. Yeah, we get the 2,000 karma points there, which you would probably wonder, could I use that on sprint? I could. I'm fairly confident level 3 is 4,000, and we've only obviously 3. The downside is, obviously, you'd need to do a lot of extra running to get that that big shrine visit. I've considered a couple of times a visit to the smaller shrine next to Kamaki. I have an idea of a place where I would actually put that into the run, and it would be in about 2 chapters' time. So... So I'm kind of trying to figure out whether or not that would actually be viable in a run, because 1 extra round of stamina would get us to the taxi a little better. I have chicken pasta bake for dinner. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Alright, chat, we no longer have a time limit on the stream. Fuck yeah, let's go. I was very worried because, like, the time of this run compared to when I have to have dinner is actually very, very fucking tight. But no, dinner tonight is something I can do myself. Fuck yeah, let's go. So I no longer have to worry about, like, potentially losing this run and then having to stop the stream. So if something goes horrifically wrong and we lose a couple of minutes, which it shouldn't because my PB has a death in the penultimate chapter, then... Was it? Didn't I beat that? Oh, fuck. Taxi deferred. It's the inn. It should be the inn, and then we go sleep at the futon. I should be getting my level up.
Oh my god.
Very much be getting my level up right here. Punchy! Punchy with the raid. Thank you, Punchy. Hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? Please ignore me while I do my level ups here. For those who haven't seen before, this is Yakuza Ishin. This is the game that's getting remade to be released in the West in February. So I hope you're all looking forward to it. I personally don't feel like this game needed to be remade, but maybe controversial that. This should be my last level up, so we're getting a whole bunch of that attack, for instance. Getting a whole bunch of attack, we're getting a whole bunch of HP. But also, I'm getting a whole bunch of different upgrades as well for general combat. There's going to be a heat move I get along this tree that actually is going to allow me to attack 3 enemies at the same time, which usually is a little slower than you would like. We're at 199 now, including our attack upgrades from our weapon. That one right there. So that upgrade right there is going to be vitally important for us for a couple of set pieces coming up in the end game. Enemies in this game love to just dodge you, and there's one set of enemies in particular that are like the worst enemies to just fucking hit. So that heat move makes it so that they die. Which, thank God for that. Do appreciate that. Your time in Wither Immune. Nice. I think I've seen you do that before, actually. I'm fairly certain. I think it's the second option. Yeah,
hope the run is going well. Hype for tonight.
Monkey Thief, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Run's going okay. I lost a minute earlier due to stupidity and fight spawns. Fight spawns in this game aren't quite as bad as Judgment or 5. They follow the same kind of logic as Yakuza 0's fight spawns, but they're a little nastier in this game. Just because there's a lot more space, like, where you can actually get enemies to fight you, because there's a lot more places where you can't exactly avoid them. There's probably going to be a fight spawn around this corner, for example, so I need to hold my stamina as of these stairs. We want to go via the taxiway because it's quicker and we get to avoid a sub-story this way. Don't speak to those two either because they are a sub-story. Okay, we're all good. Bottom option to Okita, I believe. But this game is fantastic. As I've said many times, if you're a fan of Yakuza 0, you will get a good enjoyment out of this game. This game is in my top 5 RPG games of all time, if not top 3. It is fantastic. It is, again, from that era of Yakuza games, of Yakuza 0. So if you liked, you know, kind of like the pacing of 0 and kind of like the way it does fights and stuff like that, you're going to like this game. It's very good. It's also very unique as well. So I should be fully maxed out damage-wise now. I need to take care of all these enemies ahead of me. It's going to spawn in the next set of enemies a little early, that's fine. But you can see now how much extra damage I'm actually doing in these fights, if, you know, I actually connect my attacks. There's a lot of really, really cool things to the combat. So when I charge my attacks like that, if I press triangle at the right time, you'll see, like, the screen flash. That guy's aggro, so he should actually come up here to hopefully kill me. So I need to take care of, like, every enemy. We're also going to be getting an exceptionally important item in this set piece that is going to be necessary for one of our other fighting styles. If you gun at the right time, you parry like that. It's really fun. It's a good system. That's going to be vital for the end game. Like, really vital for the end game. But for those who don't know, you actually have 4 different fighting styles in this game. You've got your traditional hand-to-hand, which is a little different in this game because it makes you go a little slower on purpose. But it does also have a parry that makes you go faster, which is pretty surprising. There's obviously the sword fighting style. This is your default style. It's the best one for the speedrun because it requires the least to get out of it to go fast, to do a lot of damage. Also, the sword that we've got that we've upgraded earlier in the run breaks enemies' armor a lot quicker, as you'll see in the set piece. Hey, look, an armored enemy. Look how much extra damage we actually do to this armored enemy. Ah, bad timing on my combo. What I want to do with this enemy is do the correct combo at the right time to be able to avoid getting hit by these attacks. And you'll recognize this guy. This is Horonosuke from, obviously, Yakuza 2. There's a whole bunch of cameos from other Yakuza games. I do have to deal with this guy, unfortunately. But the 2 other fighting styles you've got, the last 2, one of them is just straight gun. It's literally like gunslinger. You literally just use a gun. One of the enemies in here taking them out will aggro everybody else, which is actually kind of what I want to do. Also, the stronger... There we go. The stronger attack that I am doing... That actually took care of both of them. That's really nice. The stronger attack that I'm doing when I hit triangle at the right time does use up my heat. So I do have to be a little bit careful of how much heat usage I'm doing in this place. That was a very good combo. Very nice. Another armored enemy. So gun is really good. In this game, the original, and it's going to be different in the Kiwami, because I've already seen that like the attack speed in it is like way different. It's way faster, which is why they had to nerf the damage. Gun in this game is actually really bloody strong. Like, in the end game, it's actually a little stronger than your usual sword fighting style in a lot of ways. But the problem with upgrading gun for... Alright, so press this one. The problem with upgrading gun for the speedrun here is that not only do we have to get the right materials for the gun upgrades, which are a little more obscure, but the other problem is gun also has... Yeah, if you dodge at the right time here, you get a speed boost. And I can just run straight through. Very nice. It's actually really hard to get the right timing on that, so I'm actually kind of proud of myself. But gun requires both gun upgrades and bullet upgrades, and you'll see what I mean by bullet upgrades after this next bit. The nice thing here is we actually get to use the minigun against these enemies. It's somewhat fast if you can get the enemies to run towards you, because there's a lot of enemies that are going to start to like hide behind like crosses and stuff. Unironically, I actually want that enemy on the right to run towards me. There's one enemy that sticks to the left-hand side, which is a pain. I was hoping to get him before he ran away because he is a problem one. Okay, I'm just going to leave and just kill the enemies normally now. Because, yeah, that guy at the back is usually an enemy that gets stuck back there. And so I don't like to fully rely on the minigun. But now that we've used the minigun, there's a very specific item that we need to pick up here for the late game. Well, actually now. The blue bullets. They are special bullets. You're about to see me use the gun style right now. Because I'm going to go into my inventory, and I'm going to very specifically equip those bullets, because these are armor-piercing bullets. 3 strong bullets against these enemies, and... Okay, I'm surprised that didn't... Okay, stop that. Gets rid of all that armor. And you really want to not use all of your bullets, because holy shit. The armored enemies are a problem. I didn't want to get you down here, but that's fine. I can just finish you with Essence Finisher. You do so much more damage to these enemies once you get rid of their armor. I do not want to leave the room, but it's fine. Also, I ideally don't want to use all my heat in this fight. For reasons you'll see. You will see right now. The 4 fighting style. It's easily the most fun fighting style in this game, but it also is the fighting style that requires the most upgrades to get out of. It is called the Wild Dancer fighting style. It uses both your sword, don't mind, not Majima here, uses both your sword and your gun. So not only do you have to get, obviously, upgrades for your sword, you have to get upgrades for your gun, you have to get the... Actually, I'm not sure if the special bullets actually count towards that fighting style. But, yeah, you have to do a lot of upgrades for Wild Style, but Wild Style is fantastic. I absolutely love it, and I wish it was useful for the speedrun. By the way, this is literally based on real characters in the Bakumetsu era. So whilst this looks like Kiryu, and it looks like Majima, actually... They are not Kiryu and Majima. We are Hajime Saito, which is a fake name. By the way, I can't skip this, which you probably understand what that means if you've ever played a Yakuza game before. Enjoy the long, dynamic intro to this definite boss fight. This is a hard boss fight. Especially in the run. This is where boss fights really get hard. Kinda knows that I named Sakamoto Ryoma. Well, he hints that he knows. The general plot is that we are looking for a swordsman with the Tenin Rishin fighting style, or sword style, which, surprise, the vast majority of the high-ranking members of the Shinsengumi all use it. Including, of course, your boy here, who indicates that he was the guy from the first chapter of the video game. that day now. This is where the plot of Ishin, this chapter right now, this is where things kick into high gear. It's fucking fantastic. But not Majima here is playing the role of a certain Okuta Soji. Yes, real Okuta Soji, not Okuta Soji from Fate Grand Order, please. No, stop. No. Also, Ishin has some fucking amazing remixes of old Yakuza themes. Not the only Majima theme remix you hear in this video game. I really hope this theme and certain other themes aren't touched in the Kiwami of this game. Because fuck me, this theme goes hard. So, gonna try and get my rhythm against old Majima. Good guard break, because I really need to do as much damage as possible pre-second phase of this fight. Second phase of this fight is what you would imagine an actual Majima fight to be, and it's fucking terrifying. That's early. Don't like that. Really don't like that. This is phase 2. Yes, he has his after image stuff from 5 onwards. God, good. Break, I need that guard break. Okay, that works. Thank God. That works actually quite well. Please do the thing. Thank you. Okay, Jesus Christ, that was a lucky fight. That could have gone very badly. That could have gone very, very badly. That was a very good fight. That was actually a very, very good fight. Oh, God. That is a very hard fight. Essentially, if Majima gets to phase 2, he fucks you completely. You're probably gonna see that in, oh, I don't know, 2 chapters time. But yeah, not the only Majima fight remix that you hear in this game. I really hope that, as I said earlier, that they don't, like, remove the themes that are in this game, but just add to it, because there's certain bosses in this game that have the basic boss fight theme, that do have their own boss themes in prior Yakuza games that didn't get remixes, and they're getting replaced with some of the different actors, in the Kiwami, so I'm okay with them getting, you know, new fight themes, because, all I'm gonna say is, if you give me a Bakumetsu period Pledge a Demon, yes please, yes please. We're gonna start losing time in a second. This is the end of the chapter, but I think we're gonna lose a little bit of time here. Gonna be quite close. Bit of a shame. Wasn't the greatest chapters. Actually, no, we're gonna save some time. Nice. Nice, good stuff. 8 seconds. Take that. Okay, so this chapter, we've basically just got some really bad news at Kyoto. The guy that we've been meeting earlier on in the game, Takuchi Hanpeita, who is played by Shibasaya in this game, is unfortunately no more. So this is the chapter where Ryoma's gonna get really fucking drunk. We're gonna go make 2 friends, and the downside to making these 2 friends is that they're actually genuinely supposed to be enemies, but because we're gonna make them into friends, they're gonna become allies, and that's when shit's gonna hit the fan. Because, oh dear, we are causing 2 of the strongest factions to ally with one another just because we got fucking drunk. It's also one of the hardest fights in this. So, ugh. Ugh. So you'll see, but it's time to go. It's time to go get drunk. Also, time to make friends with a dog. We'll already start this chapter drunk, by the way. I'm so tempted to put some upgrades into hand-to-hand, because, as I said, there's about 2 or 3 forced hand-to-hand fights in this game, and one of them is coming up right now. It's a fucking hard one. It's a really, really fucking hard one. Anyway, we're going here to drink more. And when we drink more, we get introduced to a brand new character who may or may not be quite familiar if you have played Yakuza 4. So the bad thing is, there's a sub-story that's actually... Okay, we're gonna hit the lottery here. We were avoiding the lottery earlier, which is a part of the time save I've got. We have to hit the lottery here because we have to go past this part. So, yeah. And fun fact about the lottery, it works like Yakuza 5. You spin the wheel, you get rewards from it. The fun fact about the lottery in this game, there are 2 wheels. Once you spun the first wheel enough, the second wheel can be spun, and you can actually get a really, really fucking good upgradable sword from that second lottery. So if the Kiwami of this game stays the same way as the original here, play the lottery. Play the lottery. Win sword. Upgrade sword. Good sword. Very good sword. Very, very good sword. The speedrun, obviously, a little bit too random for us. We can't guarantee we get the sword. Also, we need a shit ton more lottery tickets than the current 2 we have. Haven't seen this lad since we fought him a couple of chapters ago. I wish I could remember the actual character that he is in this game. But he is warring with Choshu, and we're gonna be unfortunately allying them together. Whoops. Not something that we actually want to do, but we're also very drunk, and it's just nah. Screw it. We're gonna go do some fighting. But yeah, this is one of the harder fights in the speedrun coming up, this next fight. I need a little bit of luck, and I also need to get good parry timing, because this is forced hand-to-hand. Because unfortunately, this is going to be... It's a good fight for you as well. It's us against not Ryuji and not Akiyama. The problem in this fight is Akiyama. Kill the man. Probably get both of them. That's a good start. If you can, this is the one fight you want to use the heat attack on the legs, because as you can see, it's an AoE and hits multiple people. That hit? Okay. Yep. So mid-fight QT. This is where you want Akiyama's HP as low as possible, because this is where Akiyama gets massively fast and like a giant pain. The other stick ain't great. Avoid Ryuji. Always avoid Ryuji. Ryuji is a pain in this fight. That's why we leave Ryuji till last. Ryuji is slow, but he does that. Nice guard breaks. Ah, I couldn't get my guard back in time. Not getting good guards off. If I can get a good guard off, I will get a mass speed upgrade. Look how much faster I'm going now. It doesn't last too long. That's one of the good things about the hand-to-hand style, is the fact that you can just do this. It's easy to do against Ryuji. That's why you leave Ryuji to last. Again, heat attack from the head. Way more damage to a solo target. Come on, hit me. Not that, not that! Ryuji, goddammit. Supposed to punch me, damn it. That throw gives you very little time to actually get out of, even on easy. That red orb is specific for hand-to-hand. Oh my god, I get no time to react to that. This was going well. It's no longer going well. Holy shit. I've choked the end of this fight really badly. Start of this fight went really well. I'm just going to throw him down to the ground. Oh, that did not work. Okay. Christ, he didn't attack me there. That end of that fight went terribly. Start of that fight went really well, but the end of that fight went really, really badly. Anyway. After literally getting into fist fight with the both of them, we tell them... with the dog. Let's go drinking. Gonna drink our troubles away. I'm fairly certain I had a fight spawn here in my PB, so I'm hoping we don't get it here. The downside is there's no real way to avoid the fight spawn if there is one coming up. It is very, very bloody hard to avoid it. I want the second option for the taxi list. Wish there's a way to avoid fight spawns. We can't talk to either not Ryuji or not Akiyama, so unfortunately we do have to, Actually, I wonder if taxiing to the Shinsengumi HQ would be better. Actually, this one's definitely quicker. But Shinsengumi HQ is safer. Because again, there's this fight spawn and I can't do anything about it. They're gonna re-aggro onto me is the problem. Stop hitting the dog, please. I do not like that. Yeah, fuck. I'm beginning to think Shinsengumi HQ is the actual answer here. Oh wait, still time. Just this fight has a lot of enemies in it. That's why you really don't want to get into like any optional fights. These are all upgrade materials that we're picking up. Don't need them. I think that's going to lose me a bunch of time. Yeah, I'm beginning to think, because here's the thing. If we go to Shinsengumi HQ, it might be further away, but we're guaranteed safe passage, because we literally, like, just come out of the map transition there. So there can't be a fight spawn that blocks us. So it might be worth going Shinsengumi HQ here. It'll be a little longer, but I don't think it's actually that bad. I am absolutely losing time in this chapter. This sucks. Oh, that fight spawn fucking sucks. I hate that fight spawn so much. It's like almost guaranteed as well when you come out of that taxi. I think I've gotten it like 90% of the time. This sucks. Okay, next chapter is Majima 2 in the inn set piece. This is where literally the game literally kicks into high gear. For about the next hour of the run, it is going to be set piece after set piece, boss fight after boss fight. Alright, dog. I'm gonna have to reset the run now after hitting the dog. I can't have that in a run, I'm afraid. I don't know who keeps attacking this dog. Please stop. Holy shit, please stop. Yeah, I'm about to start losing time right now. Ah. That fight spawn just fucked me. That's upsetting. Don't hit the dog. Don't hit the dog. Don't hit the dog. I literally lost time to not hitting the dog. I refuse. Refuse. Do not hurt poor doggo. Yeah, that's bad. Man, I might actually be behind after that. That sucks. I have plenty of time save, like, in the rest of this run. I have a death in my PB. A really bad death in my PB in chapter 13. So. Ugh. Ugh. A massive time loss. That sucks. If I managed to do the end of the fight really well, I wouldn't have lost this much time, but that fight spawn basically lost us the most time in this chapter. That's why fight spawns in this run are bloody terrible. Pretty bloody terrible. That's the end of that chapter. God. Stop bleeding time. Stop bleeding time. Bleeding time. Oof. Almost a minute and a half. That sucks. That sucks. Would not be a typical roller coaster of mine if we didn't have stuff like this. Alright. This is where people start, like, ending up dead. This is literally where people start ending up dead in this game. So, time for the shit to hit the fan. Massively. So we need to go to Shinsengumi HQ. So, bottom option. Yeah, as I said, at this point, the taxi list has calmed down and has stopped changing, so Shinsengumi HQ will always be the bottom option, thankfully. Thankfully. Did my PB have the fight spawn in this chapter at the bridge? It might have done. Was that the run before? Can't remember. Sucks. I think I want to run out to town at this point. There's an early part of this chapter that I definitely want to run out to town for the story-specific stuff. I think it's after this bit. Fairly certain it is, because we have to see the we have to do the Shinsengumi fight, or like one of the groups of the Shinsengumi fight. Oh, I love that man. I'm gonna fuck that man. Not that man. I'm gonna fuck him in a different way. Fuck you, Isaiah. Hello, Baba. Alright, now this is where we run out of town. I'm fairly confident this is where we're out of town. But yeah, this is where the plot of Ishin actually like genuinely kicks into gear. You will understand when you play it yourself. Also, sponsored Crisis Core tonight is a go. Oh yeah, we can't use the palanquin, that's right. They fucking take it away from you. They're just like, you're not allowed to taxi, how fucking dare you? I'm supposed to taxi after this. Do I use the north taxi or do I use this one? Because I can't go to the road on the left because of a sub-story. So the problem that we've got with Ishin, certain taxi points are a real pain in the ass. The taxi that we want after this fight is the taxi to the north. But if we actually go to the north after this fight, we're gonna lose 2 minutes in the run. The road that's literally to our left here is a massive pain in the ass, that one right there, because down that pathway is actually one of our weapon masters of this run. So if we, or in this game, so if we go up there, we get like a really long introduction to them. I believe it's the sword fighting weapon master, because we're going to be running past the gun weapon master in a bit. So we want to go to the taxi, but we do not want to go up that road to the left. We have to go down this road. It is vitally important we go down this road. But the trouble is, in the Ishin remake, on our right here, fucking Shindo. Trust me. Second option? Yeah, in. Alright, it's the in first. Jesus Christ. I completely forgot which bit I was at, because I know which bit we do in this chapter, but I forgot which bit we're at. I forgot we have to go to the inn first. We have to go to this bit first, and then we get told from Yamazaki that we have to go to see the other part of town where we fought Izo for the second time. And that's where we go in taxi now. And that is where I think I had a fight spawn in my PB. It was either my PB or the run before that. So this is the bit where I need to taxi halfway across the map. Yeah, from this literal next point onwards, this is where the game just kicks into high gear. It's so fucking good. Should be the... that one. First option. 20 times of the tax list, and that is the extra Dharma I was talking about for the next taxi upgrade. So that's kind of what I was thinking. No fight spawn. Shit. I think I can speak to this guy. Don't think this is a sub-story. Yep. It's much better to lose time to get in a conversation than that than get into a fight spawn. Don't talk to that guy on the right. It's important that we don't. That's a good fight spawn. That's the fight spawn that I want around here. So on this little, in this little area here, this is the area we went to back in chapter 2 or 3, where it's the more rundown part of town. There's a couple of things in here. There's a sub-story directly ahead of us. There's a weapon shop, and the quick set of stairs to get to the boss fight is actually in front of us, on the other side of a sub-story. We're not going that way. We're going this way. Reason being is that if you go up those stairs there, what you actually end up doing, as well as the sub-story, which is a guaranteed fight spawn, you have to do a very specific introduction to the... Basically, if you've ever played a Yakuza game that has, like, bounty missions and stuff, this game has, like, a variant of it. This guy is the fireworks cannon guy. That's, like, the baseball of this game. But by going the other way, we get introduced to the Tengu mask stuff, where it's a whole bunch of bounties going after, like, certain enemies. Damn, Majima, why you get 2 fight themes in this goddamn game? This fight's harder. This fight's a lot longer. I want to push Majima into this corner. We have to build up our heat, which is going to take a hell of a long time to do. There's going to be constantly using it with, like, moves like that. If we can keep Majima in this corner for now, that would be good. Shit. That's what I don't want to see. This is more akin to a Majima fight you'd expect from a traditional RPG game. You fucker. Got him. If you can parry at the right time, then you can just get a free combo in, which is ideally what I want to do from this fight onwards. You won't do that in obviously every fight, but this fight onwards, it's vitally important. That's a little earlier than I would like because of having to mess up my combo, but that's fine. This is where Majima goes into high gear. So ideally I would have liked like less than 1 HP bar, less than half 1 HP bar. He's gonna attack me. I missed. I'm a little surprised about that. I'm gonna do this. It's a bit of the long version because he's not actually stunned, but by holding R1 and triangle, I can get a special heat move out. We've got that heat move due to the end of the Swordmaster tree, but as you can see, it still does good damage. So here's what the one thing that happened in that heat attack is actually something that I really like about Ishin, and I've seen it already in Ishin Kiwami. When you do certain heat moves against certain enemies, especially like boss enemies, if they're not like stunned like on the floor or like stunned, then sometimes they will react back like Majima did, and you have to do an extra heat attack to be able to do the full heat attack. So if I was to fail that first QT that turned up for the heat attack wouldn't go through. So I really like that about Ishin. Ishin adds a couple of things that are kind of neat to the fighting system that you have to actually pay attention to. So anyway, here is a good old Kondo. Kondo, head of the Shinsengumi, is about to drop the biggest set of plot reveals that this game has to offer, especially about the man that sat next to us right now. Because not Majima is also not Ukita Soji. It gets a little confusing, unfortunately, but it should be I'm interested because I'm really interested in the localization of this game because RGG does amazing localizations. Reminder that there is a lexicon of terms in the Japanese original of this game because of how much like olden Bakumetsu period language there actually is. Like, holy hell. This game's localization, it's not just the fact that, you know, it's like Bakumetsu period where, you know, a lot of people aren't familiar with like the setting and stuff. I have no idea how the hell they're going to localize this game. Like, I'm genuinely excited because I love RGG's localizations. I think they're some of the best video game localizations that are out there. A bit biased saying that, obviously, but I'm really, really excited to see what they do for this game.
Because out of all the games that they localized, it may not have the biggest script, like obviously like 5, but this one's going to be hard. Like, this one's going to be very hard. So, I'm exceptionally curious to see how they localize this game. Like, I'm not surprised it's not getting an English dub. It's a little bit of a shame considering, you know, the other games in the series, obviously, you know, are getting English dubs, and it's good for accessibility. And in a lot of cases, the English dubs are actually fantastic. Oops. Sorry. Third option. Yeah, back to the inn. Oh, right, it's the inn set piece, you dumbass. We've just learned that there is, at the inn, or someone staying at the inn, is a guy called Sakamoto Ryoma, who, that's us, but it's not us, it's another Sakamoto Ryoma. The plot is basically introduced a bit earlier on with the cutscene with not Ryuji a couple of chapters ago. It's introduced a new Sakamoto Ryoma who we haven't seen yet. We don't know who they are. There's essentially a second... We're Hajime Saito in the Shinsengumi, but we're actually Ryoma Sakamoto looking for, obviously, the person who killed our foster father and the leader of the resistance. So we're trying to find who that is, and we're now also trying to find out who the fuck just stole our name. Like, who is that? Who stole our name? Yeah, it's from this point onwards, we have set piece after set piece after set piece. We've got this set piece coming up here. The next chapter is one giant set piece, and then chapter 12 is just a set piece. Like, so essentially for the next hour, enjoy the game, because there's a lot of action coming up now. Abs up. Thank you for the Prime game for 2 months.
Some of the best content I've seen on Twitch.
Thank you for the kind words.
Enjoyed every minute of the last 2 months.
Thank you very much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Like, the channel's grown exponentially over the last, especially over the last year. We started getting big last year, but from the Twitch recap, like, a third of my followers were from this year. So it shows that at least I'm doing something right. So I do appreciate everybody, like, saying how much you enjoy my content. Because as content creators, it is kind of hard sometimes to know, you know, are you doing content that people enjoy? Like, that's the thing that I like watching about, like, other speedrunners. Like, other speedrunners, like, just some of the times just don't care and do whatever they want. I really respect that. I really respect them just, you know, doing all these different runs and being able to, you know, be entertaining during all of them. Like, obviously, I've started doing other runs this year. We've gone a lot into, like, horror speedruns, like Dead Rising, Deadly Premonition, which I need to go back to Deadly Premonition. They have unfinished business with both 1 and 2 for Deadly Premonition. Out to Oak Soji, actually helping me out in this fight. Shout out to that wooden board stopping my attacks. Do not appreciate that. We actually kept the enemies pretty well together there, which doesn't usually happen in this fight, so I'm kind of happy about that. Frog Lord! Wait a minute. That's me. Thank you for the Prime Gaming, I appreciate it. Wait a minute, that's me. I'm Fruit. Zed? No, where are you? There you are. I was gonna say, there's like 1 or 2 enemies left. I can't remember which room it was. This is one of the earlier rooms to actually break, so that's unfortunate on my part. Point, we're going to have another piece of furniture thrown at us. So, we essentially need to get around to where old Majima is. So, we're going to have to go backwards this way. We have to take care of this guy, unfortunately. Even though you can just break the barricade and go down. So, pushing him towards the barricade there is actually what you want to do. There's a gun guy to our left, which is actually fine. Again, running attack at the right time is good. On the left-hand side, where this healing item is, that's where Bob is located in the inn. Please do not remove Bob from the Kiwami of this game. Thank you. Different from... Different. Similar. This guy is armored. Take care of him. Why did you turn? I don't know why I turned. It's weird. Hey, break the armor. I'm going to focus on the other enemies while he stands up, because he's just going to take his time to be attackable. Okay. Ryoma, you got to stop attacking in weird directions, my dude. Now take him out. Just focus on him because he will interrupt you really badly in this fight. Oh, where you went to. You can take care of this guy by hitting him down the stairs, but that's actually a little slower because of how big his HP bar is. Unless you get into, like, really low HP. Then with this running attack, because again, the gun enemies don't have that much in terms of HP. The problem enemy of this entire set piece is actually in the room after this one. It's this guy in here. It's the armored guy. Focus him first. Absolutely focus him, not even the ads. Usually it's the ads. Focus this guy. Getting him into this corner, actually. You might be wondering why I'm not using my armor bullets on him. We need to save those for later on in the run. Yes, they're good, but no, this guy, you need to focus just with sword attacks. We need those armor bullets later. We don't have that many. When he goes aggro like this, oh, that sucks, because that's going to break, yeah, the timing on this combo. Go away. When you break his armor and he goes aggro like this, you must take care of him immediately. I know I was going to miss him, that's why I did that. Really bad timing like that. Hoping that Majima deals with the other enemy. He's barely dealt with him. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now it's time to fight the other Sakamoto Ryoma. So there's a very special classification for a very special name for samurai like this. I've forgotten the name. They're like Wandering Ronin, but they have like an actual name. We don't know who this is. Could be anybody. Good break. They are another enemy that I really want to take care of, like, fast and early. If I can do as much damage as possible like this before they get to their second phase, the better. Because their second phase, they start running around the room a little bit, and it becomes a little bit of an issue. Deal. Actual good fight. Actual very good fight. Actual very, very good fight. Actual very, very good fight. That's a shame. That's a big shame. I'll stop you because of that. I'm gonna very much stop you because of that. Nice guard break from Majima. Just allows me to go straight in on the guy. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, we're not done with this chapter just yet. The set piece does not signal the end of the chapter. We've got a couple of other things that we need to do. We don't find out who the identity of that guy is. Not for a while, at least. The nice thing is, after that, not Majima is firmly on our side. Oh, hello there, not Hamazaki, not Baba, and not Hayashi. What are you three doing hanging out together, eh? This game telegraphs things ahead of time. You pay attention, this game telegraphs a lot of things ahead of time, actually. This game's story is real good. The downside to this game is... Oh, no, actually, no, that's more Kenzan. Yeah, no, that's more Kenzan. I was going to say, the problem with, like, kind of this and, more importantly, Kenzan, is that even though it's based on, like, real events that happen, fun fact, the infight that we just did, in the story, in the real Sakamoto Ryoma supposedly died in that fight. There's never been like hard evidence for it, but it's always been believed that that is the battle. Because Sakamoto Ryoma, the actual one, not a fake one, in actual Bakumetsu period, that's when the Shinsengumi supposedly found out that, you know, he was working against them. And they ambushed him in his in-room and killed him whilst he was, like, obviously getting drunk and asleep. So that's supposedly IRL history, where Sakamoto Ryoma's story is supposed to end. But obviously that's not the case, because this is a video game. We still have the rest of the video game left to go. This is where, like, the truth and the fiction kind of blend with one another, but the game tries to make Sakamoto Ryoma into, like, obviously the person that, like, as a protagonist carries on with the events of the Bakumetsu period. Which is what's going to set up for the next chapter. But it's widely purported that that is where Sakamoto Ryoma is supposed to have died IRL. history lessons with fruit. But there's never been actual documentation that's 100% where he dies, but yeah. Yeah, Sakurai Ryoma is weird. Like, Miyamoto Musashi, like, obviously, you play as Miyamoto Musashi in Kenzan. Miyamoto Musashi is a lot more... It's weird. Miyamoto Musashi has a lot more of an actual, like... This is where Miyamoto Musashi dies. And in Kenzan, it's fucking weird, because it's at the start of the finale set piece. But because of Kenzan making a couple of extra plot points that have to be resolved in the video game, they kind of push the events that happen to the real Miyamoto Musashi aside a little bit, which is really fucking weird. Also, Kenzan's finale doesn't know when to fucking stop. You've never seen Kenzan's finale? The final set piece, it keeps going and going and going and going and going. And it has one of the weirdest final bosses of any of RGG's games. It has who we like to call the Gun Pope. You can probably guess why we call him the Gun Pope. It's a man who is a pope that uses fucking guns. The man literally runs at like 100 miles an hour as well. The fucker doesn't ever stop. It's so annoying. There was a hell of a lot of murder in Kyoto. Like, one of our friends, the friend who we found earlier on the street who had been murdered, there's a very specific phrase for that kind of death. Again, I've forgotten what it is. But essentially, there's certain samurai of this period that go around just killing people on the street. And even they have like a very special name. And like for the first part of this game, there's like a whole, you know, was our friend killed by this certain wandering samurai, etc., who killed them? But it was actually, you know, Shinsengumi. Actually, no, I think it was Iso. It might have been Iso, actually. Can't remember. I forget a lot of the little nuances of this plot, but we'll obviously remember them. When we play the localized version in February. Once again, for those who haven't been here with a new RGG game, the way that we do things around these parts whenever there's a new RGG game, and technically the Ishin Kiwami isn't new, considering, you know, I'm speedrunning Ishin right now, but it is technically new. We always do, whenever there's a new RGG release, we always do a full playthrough whenever it comes out, so all sub-stories, optional super boss, main plot, and then we get into the speedrunning. We do that with every new RGG release. It will be the same with Gaiden. It will be the same with LAD 8. Still stupid. Shijigiri? I believe that's the name, yeah. It's really, it's actually, like, that's why this game has a lexicon of terms, even in the Japanese version. This is why I'm really curious how they're going to localize this game. Like, I'm really, really curious. Like, people took Scott Streichhardt's words like really out of context with the whole, you know, you need a like an actual like degree in like, you know, Japanese history for it. Like that was meant to be as like an actual like joke, but literally like I am very curious how they're going to localize this game. I'm very curious. But if there's any group of localizers that I trust to do it correctly, it's RGG. Simple as that. It's genuinely RGG. Like, again, using LAD as an example, what studios give you two different localized subtitle tracks, depending on whether you're playing with the English dub or the Japanese dub? It's only RGG. It literally is only RGG. So, with the amount of care that RGG put into things, if there's any group of localizers or any, like, team that I actually trust to do the localization of this, like, actually well, it's RGG. Like, genuinely. RGG 100% puts in the work. Like, they really do. Like, I can understand, like, it's weird that, like, this is a definite remake. Like, the Kiwami that's coming out in February is a definite remake, but it's also weirdly an almost budget release. Like, they're putting in more work than they needed to for, obviously, Ishin for the West, because, like, you ask anybody that's played this game, like I'm playing now, this game does not need a Kiwami. Like, I've got a sound clip of it. I said it literally 15 minutes before the remake of this was fucking announced. This game runs beautifully. This is the PS4 version. I am on PS5, but this is the PS4 version. It runs, as you can see, just like Zero, just like K1. Beautiful 60F, completely smooth. Plays exactly, kind of, I say exactly, it doesn't play like them, but it's kind of like those games in terms of their play style, and like, you know, there's no drops or anything like that. responsive, beautiful. Remember the days of Yakuza 5 on PS3 at 20 FPS? Good lord almighty. They play beautifully on the PS4 versions. They could have just localized the PS4 version. But honestly, I kind of like them putting in the extra work. Again, the new things that they're changing, I'm not going to be able to like comment on that until I've played the actual game. Do I have my worry about it? Absolutely. But I think it's going to be fine. Yeah, like it's literally just the act of Ishin coming to the West at last that is a good thing. Yeah, just a localization would have been enough. Like, they could have done what they did with 0 and K1 and just put it on modern-day console and PC. Like, they didn't even have to do anything. But they are going the extra mile with it. And I wonder if that's because of the Japanese release. Because if they don't have the Japanese release for this, what are RGG putting out? The last thing that RGG put out was Lost Judgment last year. So, it's always the in. So Lost Judgment was last year. So if RGG in Japan weren't putting this out in February, the next thing they would put out would be Gaiden, which we don't have a solid date, but I think most of us, considering it's a smaller game, theorizing it's going to be the end of next year, like around about like September to December time. Might get pushed back to like early, obviously 2024. Wouldn't be a surprise. Very rare fight spawn there. Hello. I don't think any of us will be surprised if it gets put back. Hopefully not. But I'm fairly confident that it will, especially if it's a smaller game, like, you know, double the size of Kyoto Files. I'm fairly certain it will be, you know, late next year. The nice thing about the Kiwami of this is, for the most part, they can just put most of this game into Unreal Engine and call it a day. They're obviously doing a lot of extra stuff as well, but from what we've seen from the demo, obviously, the same cutscenes that are skippable or not skippable are exactly the same. So they definitely have just taken the code and slapped it into the Unreal Engine and then obviously made changes to make the game work. Gunfighting style, if you ever look at gameplay videos of gunfighting style from OG Ishin, with the gunfighting style stuff we've seen from Ishin Kiwami, gun fires way faster. They've had to nerf the damage on gun because of that, which, you know, makes a lot of sense, because obviously gun is kind of overpowered in OG Ishin here when you start upgrading it and, like, maxing out all of its upgrades. But, like, holy fuck. If they kept that rate of fire from Ishin Kiwami and didn't touch the damage on gun, it would easily be the most overpowered thing in Ishin Kiwami. By far. So, they had to do something with it. So, they've dropped the damage, but they have increased, obviously, the rate of fire. So, that kind of balances it out a little bit. The hands look way faster. Yes, it does, which I'm happy about. Which also makes me wonder about how fast it's going to be when you get the fucking... Or if they've kept in the attack speed increase when you do the parry with bare hand in this game. Because I haven't seen anyone using bare hand. Most of the footage I've seen have been people using, obviously, gun or obviously sword or wild for good reason. So I'm really curious as to how, like, obviously everything is gonna, like, actually work in Ishin Kiwami. It's gonna be different. And again, not necessarily in a bad way. And the things that make me curious are not going to be anything that affects anyone that hasn't played the original of this game before. Because, like, a lot of it is the smaller things that, you know, only those of us who have played the bloody original to death and back. I got, like, 400 hours in this game. I have played this game a little too much for a game that hasn't even come out in English. And again, as I've said, it's in my top 5 games. It's in my top 5 RGG games, if not top 3. It's phenomenal. At its peak, this game is absolutely beautiful. This bit right now is where it gets to its peak. There is, from this point onwards, there is just set piece after set piece, boss fight after boss fight. Like, it is all action for, like, the last hour and a half of this run. Like, the end game of Ishin just peaks again and again and again. It keeps ramping things up. Also, I love this cutscene. Between this cutscene, we're taking a letter to the head honcho of Japan, who you'll get to see real soon. These two idiots, not Majima, not Kiryu, neither of them can fucking read. They can read a little bit, but they don't understand half the kanji in this letter, so they've got this random guy on this boat to read them the contents of this letter. It's hilarious. It's so good. Abysmal John, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate it. neither of them can fucking read properly. It's great. And it's honestly, it's like, it might be like a funny moment, but it's also kind of reflective of these times, you know? Not everybody, because the class system of Japan back then was, like, obviously way more prominent than the class system these days. But, like, back then, you know, if you were, like, a samurai or that, did you have a full need of a full education? Not really. Like, you really didn't need, like, that much of an education to be a goddamn sword wielder. So, one big long set piece. Kondo has a idea where Kondo wants to move the capital of Japan to Tokyo. I don't see that working. I don't think that's gonna work at all. I can't see that ever historically happening. So we're here to give a letter on his behalf because we now know everything that's going on in the Shinsengumi, so we're actually trusted by Kondo at this point. I will say that so far the set piece has not started well. I'm just gonna keep doing running attacks against that guy. I really didn't want Oak to, or not Oak to actually knock that guy to the ground there. Project Phantom, thank you for the Prime Gaming for 10 months. Okay, this is another one of those bits where if we get a good time dodge, we can actually avoid all these gunfire. It's the cannons that are the problem. So for the first one, I am going to wait behind this. Got it. See that little glow, that red glow? That's because I dodged at the right time. That is so hard to hit, that one. But if you do, you don't get knocked down. That is really good. It is genuinely really hard to hit that with the right timing, that one. That particular bullet. That's nice. Good job, Magic. Good job. All these barricades are 5 hits. Again, the barricades in Yakuza games are either 5 hits or they're no hits. This bit is a problem coming up here. This is going to be a lot harder to avoid. There's going to be cannons and guns. Oh, these are 4 hits. The cannons are, again, the problem. You have to focus them first. You cannot leave the cannons alive. Simple as that. The nice thing is it puts us behind that to begin with. Good shit. Good shit. Hit them. Now focus cannons. You must take care of the cannons, because look, they can just fully turn around and hit you. Okay, I am probably saving a whole bunch of time in this chapter just because of that. With everybody here, if you can get a good running attack off, you can kill the majority of them. My timing was off. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was my heat. I got no heat. Oh, I did that to her. I got no heat, so I couldn't do the running attack extra damage. That's why. Bad heat management on my part, then. Should've got it. That hit the left one. It didn't. It hit the right one. That's why you want to be a bit more focused when you go for barricades like that. There's a lot of really cool little systems in Ishin, like hitting, like, you know, triangle at the same time as a strong attack to get a little bit more damage when you're using sword. Also, this music is fantastic. I don't think it's the same guy, but it's going to sound like the same warbler from Crypto Necrodancer. I keep thinking I can get my running attack off. Oops. Nice guard, fuck you. Actually, Majima's enemy that I'm a bit more worried about than this guy. Yeah, Majima's not going to do much to him. I wanted to push him away so that Majima wouldn't knock him down. I can just attack him on the ground with a strong attack. Do not sheath your sword. Enemies that sheath their sword are going to attack you immediately. They're not quite as annoying as enemies that sheath their swords in Kenzan. They are horrible. And so if we can do this well, we can take care of most of these fights into camera shots. So I want to get the right angle. Ideally, you want to break these lanterns, but if you do well enough, you don't have to. If you just aim slightly to the left of them. Like, slightly to the left, this one's like to the right of the other one. As you saw, I missed one enemy before. That should be everyone there. So might miss the middle. Right. You don't want to let them get close, because that's bad. That's not ideal. One more set of enemies. See? This guy. Such good music, though. Please don't change this music in the Kiwami. Did I miss? I missed. No. That's fine, because these are, like, the last two enemies. You don't want to take care of them, because obviously... I wonder if I can actually run through this bit. Or if they all have to die. I think they all have to die. I think they all have to die, but, like... Stop saying. Yeah, they do have to all die. That's a shame. I was about to try running through this entire area, but I saw that the marker wasn't active. That's a very good healing item. Every healing item at this point of the game is an exceptionally good healing item. You need to pick them all up. The run gets really fucking hard. How did that hit me? Remember those enemies I talked about earlier that are a giant pain in the ass? It's these fuckers! Once again, good old ninjas from Fortnite. These guys suck. These guys really suck. This is why I have the literal upgrade, where if there's like multiple in a row, I can just take care of 3 of them. Because they have the most mobility out of any enemy in the game. And they also like to guard, and they also like to dodge. They just say fuck you. The idea here is that if I have any of them in my combo, I'm just going to murder them. They suck. Running attacks are really good to both keep them in place and to get a little bit of extra damage. Good hit. Ow. There's no point doing this. I'll just kill this guy because he's got full HP. That's his finisher. Still good. Shame. The parry also very good for these enemies, like guarding at the right time. Okay, that's lucky because usually you don't want them to obviously leave the room either. The nice thing as well is to focus on the ones attacking, like, not Majima, because they are actually, like, obviously not focusing on you. The easy way to remember this set piece, I'm wondering how they're going to do this in the Kiwami. Aim for the red bits. Always red. That's unfortunate. Arrows. That's very unfortunate arrows. Also, Okuta just re-triggered the trap, so thanks for that. One enemy here with armor. Make sure you focus on him first. Obviously, the ad's going to be annoying. But from this point onwards, we are probably going to have to start using our healing items. I really wanted the heat attack there. That's why I was running. Glad I hit him at least with one of those. Breaking his armor a bit more and also get him into a position where I can just start attacking him. It's not him, which is unfortunate. I'm absolutely using a healing item in this room. Okay. We've also got our friend coming at last, because he usually takes the heat off you from some of the enemies. Unfortunately, not this time. Shit, I'm gonna go off. Armor broken. Now we just focus. Shit, that's what I was after earlier. Potentially Essence Finisher. Probably gonna heal for safety right now. That's not heal, that's upgrade, my dude. Focusing this guy. I was worried I wouldn't. That's bad. I wanted to get a heat attack off. Oh, that's bad. Okay, that's good. He's not actually dead. Funnily enough, that running attack being blocked was actually the best thing that could have happened to me there. I actually got very lucky because that running attack was blocked. He actually got rid of his block so I could actually combo him. Again, we're on a time limit. We have to hit the right panel to stop this one. Once again, would you believe it's actually the red one? So, That's not sure if you next. I'm sorry, it does. Yeah, it really does. Crisis Core is playable on the Steam Deck, but apparently no need to change settings either. So that's nice. Hey guys, I hope you're doing well. All right. Because I'm going PC version for Steam Deck as well. Alright, lift action with, yep, more of these guys. They absolutely suck. I was really hoping they'd get together so I could just do the heat attack here. Now, the downside about these enemies is they also have a range attack, and that range attack can stun me. Nice. Good first phase. That didn't hit. Okay, that sucks. God, I hate these enemies so much. I cannot accurately describe how much I have a hatred for those enemies. Whew. That wasn't too bad. I can do that set piece much better. Grab this healing item because you're going to need it. Time for a bloody hard boss. It's time to meet the head honcho of Japan, folks. It is, of course, goddamn Daigo Dojima. Well, not Daigo Dojima. So, this fight sucks because Old Not Daigo here has a really nasty range attack that can stun you. So we need to try and keep him in a corner if possible. Yeah, this is early. I don't like this. That's the one. Okay, fuck. That's bad. Because now he can kill me. Like, he literally has enough damage to kill me. I'm going to have to heal for safety. God. Nice bouncing guard. Heck you. I want to push him towards the corner. Fucker. I'm surprised you missed. I missed, but you missed. Nice. Good fucking parry. Let's go. This music. Listen to this fucking music. This track goes hard. Every track in this game goes fucking hard. It's great. So fucking great. Goddamn bald Daigo. Goddamn bald Daigo. So yeah, even in this game, much like the usual meme of where the fuck is Daigo? There he fucking is. They confirmed on Twitter that they actually haven't recast him for the Kiwami, which makes me happy. Makes me very, very happy. So remaster some minor combat changes felt really good. I'm looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to also being able to skip modulating phase. I'll be watching them the first few times, but thank God. Like, the one thing, like, I always said that if Crisis Core ever got, like, a remaster or a remake, the one thing that needed to change was the ability to skip modulating phase. So the one thing you needed to do. Good job. You did it. Good job. So all the extra other little changes are going to be nice. I'm intentionally not looking at the game either, so I don't actually know, like, many of the other changes. Wait, save 2 seconds. All right. Remember when I said it's set piece into set piece? And you know how RGG really love making the map into like a an actual set piece? Ishin's no different. So we go back to, I believe, Kyoto, and everything's on fucking fire. This chapter is one of the harder ones in the set piece. This chapter is a boss rush chapter. Remember when I said people are starting to die in the story? Oh, are they? This also has one of my favorite dynamic intros of any of RGG's games, despite the fact that it's like 3 minutes long, completely unskippable, and is mostly just talking. If you know the plot of this game up until this point, the next dynamic intro that we get is one of the best in the series. It's so fucking good. I'm not gonna like ruin the plot stuff ahead of like obviously like the Ishin remake in February, but it's so good. But first, we got a couple of fights to do before we get there. And the next fight, oh baby. The next fight has possibly the enemy that does, or the boss that does the most damage against you in the entire game. This guy fucks. Boy, I want to fuck this guy. It is not Watase. God fucking damn. Again, usually in these fights, you would aim for the ads. Kill this man. Holy shit. This man's damage output in the second phase. Like, every single boss goes into, like, their EX or, like, heat phase. When Watase goes into his heat phase, holy fuck. He can kill you almost in one combo. That sucks. I was really hoping to, obviously, not have that happen. This first phase, I will also try and take care of some of the ads, because as you can see, they will interrupt me. If I have, like, a good opportunity to do, like, multiple ad kills, I will do it. The nice thing is, Watase's entire combat is very, very, very easy to read. He's in his second phase. That's a problem. I now focus entirely on him. Because, again, watch my HP bar if he gets an attack off. You'll see. That enemy actually hitting him was a really bad thing. Like an actual genuinely bad thing. I'm going to intentionally do the long heat attack here for more damage. So I can get him back into the rhythm of before. It's good damage. It's very good damage. The enemy knocking into him basically broke his guard ahead of when I wanted his guard broken. Oh, by the way, when you break his guard, he also just says fuck that and still hits you anyway. I did a good job of keeping him down there, because that was after 2 hits. Look how much HP I lost. Good fight. Actually, good fight. Actually, good fight. Actually, very good fight. Very happy with that. That fight can go horrifically wrong, and then if this fight goes horrifically wrong, he just sets you up really badly for, like, the rest of the bosses in this chapter. Because we have a couple more bosses to go. And the next boss is going to be a member of the Shinsengumi. I actually really like this next boss, because despite it being a Shinsengumi member, they do not have the same fighting style, the Tenin Rishin style that the other members of the Shinsengumi use. So this next boss is actually really fucking unique in terms of boss fights in this game. Also, as you can probably tell, we're being shepherded along in a very specific direction. We can't go down different ways because obviously all the paths are blocked off. This next fight is fucking good fun. I love this next fight. Especially if you do this next fight well. Who it is. Not Aizawa. I fucking love this fight. Aizawa has a spear. He is very different to any of the other Shinsengumi members that use, obviously, the Tenin Rishin fighting style. But not Aizawa has something else alongside this spear as well. I love this fight. I love this fight a lot. Like, this is such a unique fight. Man has gone! In terms of, like, fighting styles in this game, this fight is genuinely unique to Aizawa. God, I love this fight. This fight is good. So if I can keep Aizawa hopefully in that corner at the back, then this should be a pretty decent fight. Good guard break. Notice his 3 HP bars because Aizawa. Good start. Very good start. Now I have no heat, which is the problem because the rest of this fight is going to be really hard. Oh, that didn't guard break. Yep. So this is the problem with not Aizawa. Because of the fact that he has a long spear, he can actually attack you and then just fall back immediately. You can get the parry off on that. Very surprised you... Yeah. Surprised you did that. Phase 2. I would like to have had him on less HP, but my heat generation here has been terrible. My heat management from the first fight was bad. And again, this is exactly the kind of cinematography and choreography you'd expect from an Edo period movie. That's one of the things that this game does really well. This does a pretty decent amount of damage. The thing we want to do that for mostly is regeneration. Yep. Good guard break. That should get me on track. Good hits. Good fight. Not over, but good fight. I literally just have to hit him once. If I just spam guard break at that point, it's over. Because I'll either guard break him or I will hit him. One of the two. Good fight. Very good fight. Very, very good fight. Now we go this way. Ah, so. The nice thing about this bit is there aren't any fight spawns. It's literally just boss fight after boss fight after boss fight. And speaking of, the next boss is coming up next, and it has that intro that I talked about. This next boss fight is... I ranked this in S rank in terms of RGG boss fights. This next boss fight is stunningly good. Stunningly good. This is one of the most hypest fights in this entire game, and the game has been building up to this for the entire time. I adore this next boss fight. This next boss fight is genuinely one of my favorites. Genuinely. And it's got such a long intro that I can go and refill my water bottle at the start of it. I'm like running into these NPCs. The tier strategy boss fights I like Dices. I already have. It's on YouTube. Should be on YouTube. It's highlighted at least, but no, I have. It took 3.5 fucking hours. You know there's a lot of bosses in these games? I also did a tier list for the soundtracks for the boss fight, for the boss fights as well. That was fun. I've done 2 tier lists, one for boss fight OSTs and also one for the boss fights themselves. It took 3.5 fucking hours. Folks, I'm gonna go grab a drink because this is completely unskippable. You'll understand now why this is exceptionally hyped up fight. Oh boy. Back in a second.
お前はいいぞ。久しぶりです。筆頭。お前がもう一人の坂本龍馬だったのか。その顔はほっとしたってところですね。何？あなたはここに竹地先生が待っていると思っていたんじゃありませんか。お前の目的は何だ、いいぞ。どうして俺の名を語り、こんなことをしている。どうして竹地を裏切ったんだ。竹地とお前の間には深い絆があったんじゃないのか。裏切った。私が。ああ、そうだ。新選組に捕まった後、土佐に戻ったお前の自供が原因で竹地は切腹させられた。だがあの時、新選組に捕まることも、その後のこともすべて。
Been not saying it for a while, but it is actually getting kind of chilly.
最初からお前は見越した上で動いていたんじゃないのか。それじゃああなたは。
A heating should be coming on in about an hour from now. The end of the run. I goddamn love this fight. This is one of my favorite fights in the entire game. And RGG, please do not change the soundtrack of this fight. Please do not. It's so good. I'm not going to spoil the plot behind this bit, but like, literally the entire plot has been building up to this bit. It's so fucking good. It's genuinely so fucking good. Easily one of my favorite fights in this entire game. Easily one of the best. It's been tier list on YouTube. It might not be. It should be. I'm still having problems with YouTube uploads, by the way. It's really annoying. Really, really annoying. None of my videos are like uploading in HD. They're all uploading in just SD, which is really fucking annoying. Really, really fucking annoying.
勝負をすれば全てを認めるということか。ええ、悪い条件ではないはずです。いいだろう。これで終わりだいぞ。俺は人斬り依蔵としてのお前の人生に。
Yeah. The Judgment one I tried to upload yesterday is just 360. Fuck. I don't know why I'm having so many problems with YouTube at the minute. Just giving all cuts you don't understand Japanese so you can't get spoiled. Good. This is a hard fight. Was it the previous run or the run before that I died in this fight? Might have been the previous run, actually. Fuck, this is so good. You're gonna guard, aren't you? Yep, saw that coming. Look at us both guarding against one another. Lost my rhythm, which is bad. Good shit. I can build off this. This fight is actually, unless you can get your like actual parry off, it's a very good dodge fight. That's more like it. That's the good shit. God, I fucking love this fight. Back to teleporting Ezo time. Just in case I'm going to heal, because I'm actually not doing too great in this fight. It's a hard fight. It's a very hard fight. Kind of choking it a little bit. I need to do this to reset the fight. Charge. I know I shouldn't be doing that charge. Shit. Please, he's got one hit. There we go. Christ. Bad fight on my part there. Christ. That's a hard fight. That's a very hard fight. That was bad on my part. That's a good fight. I fucking love that fight so much. Like, so much. It's one of my favorite fights in this entire game. Anyway, everything burnt down. Whoop. Whoop. So at this point, kind of everyone knows who we are. They know that we're, like, Sakamoto Ryoma and not Hajime Saito. So we're like, alright, fuck this. Quitting the Shinsengumi. No point in carrying on anymore. We've got what we needed, except it's the boys! It's the boys. Also, there's a very, very long end to this chapter. There's a lot of story shit that happens. The boys are like, where the fuck you going, Hajime Saito? And this is why I don't mind the fact that this game is using Full Faith as the main theme, because like it kind of fits thematically, kind of like Full Faith does with Yakuza 4, because we're the boys, it's the four of us. Like actually, Full Faith does actually fit this quite well. I was a little shocked when I heard it, like because 1OK Rock, the actual 1OK Rock Clock Strikes Back, I believe it's called, theme for this game. It's brilliant. It's actually really, really good. Also, the part of me that's trying to avoid DMCA is a lot happier, I'm not gonna lie. So we're not actually leaving the Shinsengumi. We aren't. However. However. Well, look who it is. It's Hamazaki, Hayashi, and Baba. Still hanging out together. What's that about? It's not like these three, who have been traitors in previous Yakuza games, would ever do the same thing again. Right? Surely not. Right? So, there's something with RG speedruns that we get to talk about every so often. And it's something we need to talk about with this video game as well. Let's talk about the Arase dodge. Because in this here video game, there are 3 bosses. Yeah, I died there in my PB. There are 3 bosses that have the goddamn Arase dodge. 3 of them. None of them have turned up in the run yet. One of them is about to. One of them is very much about to. Yeah, I died there in my PB. That's why 2-minute time save. Yeah. Hey, here's Baba. Don't ask about why his clothes are a different color now. Just go with it. I don't want to spoil the plot for people ahead of Ishin's remake. Even though, you know, speedrun plot, you know, you're always gonna see spoilers in a speedrun for an RGG game. Also, you're gonna see a very, very familiar looking picture in a second. Because in this period, this is where photographs actually were starting to, you know, come into play. Like actual picture photographs. There's a very infamous one. There's a very, very infamous one of a certain swordsman. You'll see it here in about a minute or so. But it's a very infamous one. This game, same pose, a different person. Soul stealing magic, exactly. Every time my picture has been taken in real life, a year has been taken off my life. Now everybody's phones have cameras in them. People are gonna bombard you with cameras and just steal your life force. Anyway, it's this picture right here. Again, if you've ever had any interest in Japanese history of like the Edo period and the Bakumetsu era, you'll recognize this picture. You'll recognize this pose. You also might recognize the person in it. Hello, Takeshi and Peter. This is an exceptionally famous photograph. It's one of the earliest ones that was like started to have been taken in this era, and yeah, that is the exceptionally famous pose of a certain swordsman again, who I'm not going to mention because of spoilers. In the video game, it is quite clearly Takeshi and Peter. One of the hardest set pieces outside of the finale is actually in this chapter. So, yeah. 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 It's where I sleep. No, it's where we leave. Oh no, this is where we leave and thing happens, isn't it? Yeah. So, in the game, we've obviously gone and seen Haruka earlier. That's a bad turnaround time. We've gone and seen Haruka to do Haruka's gardening stuff. So, the game forces us to go back and make sure everything's okay. Okay, fuckity bye. I'm just leaving. You literally just have to set foot there and then leave again. That's all you have to do. It's literally all you have to do. Like, it is literally, is Haruka doing okay? Ah, who cares? I'm just leaving. It's an indie farming game. It's a big mini game in this game. This game actually has a lot of side content. Like, obviously you don't get to see it in the speedrun, but this game has a lot of side content. And I think this is the point where we want to run past Kamaki. Although, actually, this is the point where I kind of want to try and get some dash upgrade, but it's the penultimate chapter, so it's like... there's no real use for it. Okay. But for this bit, we are supposed to go north. Now, the problem with going north is there's a very long sub-story, so here's Kamaki. In this game, Kamaki is your hand-to-hand master. But this is the quickest way to get past the sub-story and the junk kid to get to our next boss fight. It is, of course, good old shitheel himself. Not Hayashi. Now, let's talk about this fucking fight. Said he's still a shitheel, even in this game. He's a giant piece of shit. So, this fight has a very, very specific fighting style. If you've ever seen other Yakuza games, you've probably seen it. You might recognize it. Because Hayashi here, or not Hayashi here, this motherfucker has 2 guns. He is the first of the Arase fights in this fucking game. This guy literally has Arase's entire moveset. Now, Arase's moveset has been completely unchanged for Hayashi, which means that he's really fucking fast attacking in a game where we are intentionally slowed down a little bit. Fuck this fight. Fuck you. Stay in a corner. Gonna need this man to stay in a corner for as long as possible. He has 3 HP bars as well. So, yeah, he literally has Arase's dodge, as well as Arase's entire fucking moveset! Should be able to recognize the Arase dodge that he did just then. I'm also kidding when I say Arase's entire fucking moveset. Please stay in this corner. Oh, God. I somehow was behind that to avoid that. In here is also good because if you can get him in a corner, essentially that's what we want, is him in a corner so that he can't do anything. Also, weirdly enough, there is a move we do want to see from him. Obviously not the Arase dodge! We would like to see him do... one of Arase's most annoying shit. This fight sucks in this game. I fucking hate Arase's moveset. He didn't actually do it. If you've ever seen the Arase fight, or ever done the Arase fight in K1, where Arase just stands still with his 2 guns and just starts going... yeah, he has that as well. It's really good in this fight because he stands there and he doesn't fucking hit you. When he goes into the second phase like that, all powered up, he fucking motion tracks you. I'm not kidding you. He fucking tracks you when you dodge around him. What kind of bullshit is that? Fuck you, Hayashi. Jackass. Ishin does have Amon. The Amon unlock requirements for Ishin are interesting. Fourth option. I've kind of forgot which option I was after there. Now we do one big set piece, by the way. As I said, this just boss fights and set pieces until the end of the game at this point. Like, The end game of Ishin is, it has a lot of action. It's really good. So that is the first of the Arase fights in this game. It's not the last. There's one more Arase fight, and then there is a third fight that has the Arase dodge. So 3 fights in this game have the Arase dodge. 2 of them are just pure outright fucking Arase fights. Anyway, set piece time. Hardest set piece outside of the finale. It's actually a really hard set piece. But the start of the game has this really cool intro. You'll have seen it in the reveal trailer for Ishin, or the RGD Summit trailer. This is the point where it goes back to that intro. Stop fucking moving! I mentioned how much I hate enemies that backstep in this video game. Who wins? A samurai or a guy that just very briefly moves? A bit sad that I didn't actually get that last hit, because I've broken this as well. Oh, look, gun enemies. Nice thing is, gun enemies die in like 3 hits. Stop that. That was a good guard. I'm proud of myself for that one. These 2 in the corner can be gotten together. I only got the extra attack on this one of them. Someone's alive. What the fuck? What are you doing? This is a long fight. There's a lot of enemies. Ow. I think I got shot there, actually, which is a shame. So, lots of enemies, lots of HP bars. Just take care of all of them. Again, try and gather them in corners if you can, because obviously multi-hitting enemies is good. I like this wall because they get stuck on, like, the wall, and as you can see, you just get multiple hits off. And then they all gather up around you for more multi-hits. That one specifically, take care of him on the ground. Backstepping enemies, the bane of my entire fucking existence, y'all. Stop it. How did I miss? You also don't want, obviously, enemies to leave the room either. They can move, like, behind you. There's also a healing item in this room. Usually, I want to go after the gun guy quite early on because he can interrupt my combos, but actually, he's behaving this way. Gun guy is actually genuinely behaving. So, running attack good in this room just because of the sheer, like, number of enemies you can hit with it. Alright, I said you were behaving and then you didn't, so I'm gonna have to take you out now. Thank you. That's a material item. The other one up here is actually a healing item, which I do want. Usually I wouldn't stomp on an enemy so much, but I want that man dead. I'm gonna grab this ahead of time because I have used a bit more healing than I would like to at this point. Sakamoto Ryoma, what are you doing with your actual lock on right now? Lots of gun enemies. Thankfully, if you get close, they get feared, and you just run into them. Oh, that was bad. I barely got anyone there. Please. There we go. Another healing item in this corner that I do want before I go forward. Alright. Not the next fight, but the fight after is literally one of the hardest fights in this game. It really sucks. You'll see why. You'll understand immediately. If I don't die here, it will be actually somewhat of a miracle. I have bullets, which aren't really that useful. I wish they were armor break bullets. Remember earlier I mentioned that I needed a set amount of armor bullets for the end game of this run? They're for the next room. Fuck this room. All 3 of these enemies are armored, and all 3 of them have heat modes, and they get really aggressive. So with enough bullets, hopefully we can just take care of all their armor. Again, aim for them and not the ads. It's good. One. 2. Just this guy in front of me. It might be worth going after the ones that are now unarmored. I definitely want to heal at this point. The ads aren't as important as the main enemies here. The problem is when these guys become massively aggro. When they become massively aggro, you have to take them out. So I'm going to start on this one. Having a lot of heat here helps a lot. Heat attack's good in this fight. Heat attack's very good in this fight. Good. Fuck this guy. I don't care that he has a little HP left. Nah, fuck this guy. I don't let any of these guys live. You're the armored one, I'm fairly certain. Yeah. Please. I hate this room. I hate this room with a passion. I genuinely do. Good break. Please don't hit me. I was gonna say, I have to be careful and not get hit here, because if I do, I'm gonna die. But next to the wall, so I'm gonna do this and kill him. Again, it was a dynamic one, because I have to do the heat attack before. I'm gonna take care of the ad, and then I'm gonna take care of the last guy's armor with the rest of my bullets. I'm going to heal for safety again. I don't trust this. Good. 3 bullets to get rid of all the armor. Heat attack. I cannot tell you how actually genuinely evil this fight is. Thank fuck. Good. Well dealt with. Very well dealt with. Holy shit. Can do better, but holy shit, I'm happy with that. That's gonna save me like another minute. Holy fuck. That fight fucking sucks. And then that scene right there, that's the actual scene from the initial reveal at the state of play. 3.5 minutes ahead. That's good. That's very good. My PB wasn't that great for the finale either. I think I lost 30 seconds, so. Good stuff. Very good stuff. I'm happy with how that went. Very, very happy with how that went. That fight is one of those fights that if you do not control that fight properly, you will die to it. You saw how quickly my HP went down at points there. That fight really fucking sucks. Really fucking sucks. Lucky. That, I'm not kidding in how hard that fight is. That is genuinely one of the fights that I fear the most in this run. Like, genuinely. I did pretty decently at it, and I'm kind of happy about that. Hey, so I said that it's pretty much all... I said it's pretty much all action until the end of the run. Kind of a lie. We've got a little bit of... It's not filler coming up, but essentially... The game is kind of winding up to the finale. The final set piece is like 20-30 minutes long. It's super long. It's great. But before we get there, we are going to have to spend essentially what the game is going to try and disguise as the last moments of Sakamoto Ryoma. Because again, in real history, technically the guy's supposed to be dead at this point, but because video game and trying to finish off plot lines. That little corridor down behind, not Park there, that's where Bob is. Top option. You can see him on the right-hand side. There he is. There he is. It's our Bob. It's our Bob. Don't you dare remove him from Kiwami. Because Bob has not been in the Dragon Engine at all yet. So I'm really hoping this is our first sighting of HD Bob in Unreal. Bring back Bob. Anyway, you're going to notice on the minimap, we're going on a date with Oreo. And we've got to go to one of a certain couple of places. So we're obviously going to do the ones that are the quickest in terms of the speedrun. We're picking this one specifically because we have to go and eat at a place, or drink at a place afterwards. We eat here, we go and drink afterwards, and even though we have to be at the top part of the map after this bit, we need to do a specific activity before we go to the top part of the map, and it's right here next to us. So despite the fact that we could be at the top part of the map, we don't want to be there just yet. Because that activity is, of course, as you all know, as you all love in this game, karaoke. However, if you've ever seen me do an RGG speedrun before, you've probably heard me utter the words in the past that there is only one minigame that is consistently skippable across every single RGG game. And it is, of course, karaoke. But once again, you're not getting your karaoke, I'm afraid. Yeah, that room is fucking wild. Like, it is hard at the best of times. In the speedrun where we don't get any HP upgrades, that room is fucking wild. Like, genuinely fucking wild. It scares the shit out of me. And now we go to the top part of the map for the other rhythm minigame. There are two in this game. The second one, the one we're going to right now, is one of the hardest rhythm minigames RGG have ever put out. It's genuinely fucking hard. I really like it. I think it's the first option on the taxi list. Could be the top part. Actually, yeah. Okay, I want this one specifically because if we go to the other one, I'm fairly certain there's a sub-story. I might be wrong. I'm fairly certain there's a sub-story. I want to go to this one specifically. Let me just run north. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Gonna wait for them to get a bit closer, and by talking to the taxi, we despawn them. I should try the top taxi option. I'm fairly certain it's gonna work out to be a little quicker. Might be wrong, I'm fairly certain. Snack Size, hope you're doing well tonight. I say tonight, it's the middle of the afternoon. I'm so used to just evening streaming that it's like, oh yeah, it's the evening right now. So this is the fan dance minigame. This minigame is actually fantastic. It's bloody hard. I'm not kidding in that this is one of the hardest rhythm minigames that RGG have put out. If you're going for the hardest versions of the songs for this one, fuck me, it's hard. The difficulty comes mostly, so the way that the rhythm minigame works is that you use both sides of the controller. So there's two basically on-screen things that you have to do. So there's the left side and the right side. The left side corresponds to this part of the controller, the right side corresponds to that part of the controller. Is this just run? I'm thinking this is, yeah, this is just run. So essentially the problem with the minigame and the difficulty from the minigame comes from the fact that you have to pay attention to both sides of the screen. And it's really fucking hard to do that. No fight spawn. Good shit. I got fight spawn here in my PB. So we're good. Should be saving a little bit of time here. Thanking us for today. Because this is going to be the last date we have. Question mark? Question mark? I ain't going to spoil whether Ryoma lives or dies at the end of this video game. Because we have gone past, technically, the legit history point where we're supposed to have died. So. Yeah, no joke. When I went to fill up my water bottle just then, and it was, like, pitch black at, like, you know, 4:30 in the evening, it was like, Jesus Christ. Am I sure I'm not streaming at 1 AM like I usually am? I will say, folks, there will be a second stream tonight, by the way. It is going to be a sponsored stream. It is going to be sponsored by Square Enix. We're going to be doing Crisis Core. Unsurprising that, I know. When I alluded that we had a sponsored stream earlier on today, and that there was a sponsored stream tonight, it was only going to be like one or two things. It is going to be Crisis Core, so we're going to be checking out the new version of Crisis Core. I'm excited. I like that game. I like that game a lot. I get approved? Yeah. Yeah. I cannot imagine the amount of, fucking requests via Rainmaker that they must have gotten for Crisis Core. Like, good lord. Good lord. Where am I going next? Mega Man. Mega Man. Oh, the boss rush. Oh, the boss rush. Of course. Of course, the boss rush. My notes say Mega Man in it. It's like, why the fuck do my notes say Mega Man, right? There's a Mega Man style boss rush in this game, and I kind of forgot about that. I kind of completely forgot about that. But yeah, we got a big boss rush left. We're literally at the finale. Like, we're in the finale chapter. We're at the finale set piece point. But we have to do 3 things before we can actually start the finale set piece. Should be the last option, because again, is Shinsengumi HQ at this point. Dirge, I would be okay with a Dirge remake. I quite like Dirge. I think Dirge gets a bad rep. I think Dirge is good. I actually genuinely think Dirge is quite good. So, I wouldn't mind speedrunning Dirge, but I don't want to speedrun the PAL version. So I need to, the days keep going where I want to do certain PS2, it's supposed to be the bottom option, yeah, dumbass. I keep wanting to do certain PS2 era speedrun. Wait, is that the top option? Really? What was the bottom option? Wait, there is no bottom option? Interesting. Okay, anyway. We do repeat fights here for the members of the Shinsengumi. It's kind of a way to be all like, hey, are you ready to do this, etc.? You know the drill. That's why my notes say Mega Man. It's because it's the Mega Man style boss rush. Now at this point, I'm going to start building my heat up for the fight after this one. My rhythm in this fight is gone a little bit, so I'm not surprised I'm taking a bit of hits here. Not taking a bit of hits, but having a bit of guard block. Rhythm broke. I want to build up my heat for the next fight, so... Oh, jeez. Should break. My guy. Here's a fun part of this boss remix. This is the first time we actually fight Mine in this game. Fun fact. So, Mine actually, he still uses the same fighting style that the others use, but it's kind of cool that, you know, we do still get to fight him in this game. But Dodge has messed up the start of the fight I wanted. So do it this way. Full 6% of Harvester, my X average feeler. Yeah, that's a little bit of a shame. I had a feeling that, you know, certain Square Enix games wouldn't get that much in terms of, like, actual streams, which is a shame. I genuinely wonder, like, with Valkyrie Elysium, how, like, whether I'm one of the top streamers for Valkyrie Elysium. I wonder. Like, I'm gonna have to look at my Twitch recap after I'm done. I genuinely wonder. It wouldn't surprise me. With the amount of streams we did for Valkyrie Elysium. I like that game. I still need to go back to speedruns of that game. Ideally, I wanted to build up a bit more heat for this fight, but it's fine. This fight's a lot harder than the Mine fight. Hey, stop that. Good. My timing on that is gonna have to be fucking perfect in this finale. That connected? Serious? Alright, that's an interesting one. So my timing needs to be perfect for that. You did the fast version, huh? It's always the last one. I keep trying to parry it, and I like it's not a hard parry. Fucking hard. I am stinking this fight up. Ah, that's it. Gotcha. Fuck off. Get out of here. Anyway. Now that we've refought all 3 members of the Shinsengumi, we can start the finale. We're off. Alright. Final set piece. Here we go. Comes full blown RPG with classes, dungeons. Yeah. Yeah, I really wanna check it out myself at some point because I hear it does like become really, really good. So this is the final set piece. As you can probably guess, there's a lot of fights. I don't know how I missed that first guy and locked onto that guy. This is not ideal. Nice gun. You cannot shoot me. I am in the middle of a fight. Or in the middle of a move. I'm going to just take care of some of these gun enemies. I didn't have the heat to be able to kill him in one hit, unfortunately. A lot of enemies together right now, actually. This is very nice. Really? Okay. That's actually not too bad. I actually got a good couple of doubles in that. Again, full hit, well, 5-hit barricade. Hit on the enemies. Couple of gun enemies. They're good to focus on, but so are these enemies. Because they're going to run off to obviously try and fight all our friends. Stairs, good. These stairs are actually going to be very important for the second wave of this fight. I say second wave. It's not technically a second wave, but you'll see. Ah, the sword miss. I saw it go through you. One of the running attack. Why was that stopping? Oh, good shit, Shinpachi. Very nice. Anyway. Guess who's back? I still want to fuck this man. The trouble is, this man still wants to fuck me as well. Yeah, the damage that Watase does in this fight is the same amount of damage that he does in the previous fight. You remember how much damage he did to me in 2 hits? Yeah. Now here's the nice thing. The man is standing on stairs. So the man, when we knock him down in a second, is about to take an extra round of combo damage. Nice. Right, I do this correctly. That's the important part. Have my stream open in 2 tabs. You can't get my stream into your top 4 of the Twitch recap because you got it today, I'm afraid. I can bring good old whack. I was hoping for a different dodge there, but that's fine. That hit from Shinpachi actually helps a lot. No, don't hit me! I had the perfect fucking setup! Fuck you! Yeah, go after them! I'm killing these ads for hitting me. Watase wants me dead. Watse's aiming at me again. My HP! My HP! Holy shit, when did that happen? Holy shit, when did that happen? Holy shit! I wasn't paying attention. When the fuck did that happen? Holy shit! Thank fuck I killed ads. Ah, he's behind me! Now I hope you understand when I say he is actually a threat. Holy shit! I should be dead if I'm being brutally fucking honest. Like 20 seconds? I had no idea. Jesus Christ. Huh. Also, for some reason, we're gonna finally get, like, Shinpachi's main theme here. It's gonna sound very reminiscent of the goddamn Terminator theme. I'm not kidding. Listen to this. Just listen to this. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Do you like the Terminator theme? So, fun fact about this fight. This fight is really hard. This fight loses me time every single run. Like, there's all of these enemies down here, so what you want to do is get close to that guy at the end, then just fucking ignore him and run off. Hardest fight in this run. Whew. Nice. I will take that healing item because I have used up a couple more... Used a couple more healing items than I would like to have at this point. What the fuck? Alright. Yeah, we're doing the RGG thing of all of our, you know, protagonist friends are staying back while we run forward. What? How did you aim for this guy? I love this game, but the aiming in this game is weird. Even the gun enemies are starting to backstep on this shit. Don't let them leave the room. Deal with it, please. Whilst I deal with the rest of the enemies in here. Thanks. I actually killed that guy. They did deal with the problem. Huh. Kind of nice to see, not gonna lie. Okay, this next fight I lost time in my PB. This next fight I did really badly in my PB, so... Yeah, this next fight I'm hoping to do well in. Heat as well, which is nice. Alright. Next boss fight. Again, the boss we haven't fought yet. It is not Hamazaki. Those of you who don't know, the actor this man is replaced with in Ishin Kiwami is Kuze. Bakumetsu period, Pledge of Demon, please. Because this is just the basic ass boss theme. Like, if they did an actual like Bakumetsu period version of Pledge of Demon here, that'd be so good. Because it's literally just replacing a basic ass boss theme. No, no, I wanted to get him before this. No. All right. Never mind. This is where the fight gets really hard. This is how this fight is unique. There's going to be a whole bunch of steam. He's going to move now, so I can't actually take this guy out. And here's the problem. With this steam, you cannot actually target the guy. It becomes a lot harder to target any enemy in this room in this steam. Things you can do in this room. Attack with sword. A lot. Other things you can do. The three-person heat attack when you're doing the running. Running attacks. All good. Thankfully, he's actually focusing on Majima right now, which is unironically a good thing because I get to just take care of the ads. So as you can see, all the ads are pretty aggro at the moment. I didn't give me the heat attack. I'm actually going to start hitting him a little bit now. I'm going to start hitting him a little bit, he says. I'll do this. Yeah. Let's get him on the ground. It's not the best heat move I can do, but I'll get him on the ground. So the trouble is, the ants do so much damage to you can't just ignore them. Push him away at this point. Nice. Mate, do me a solid. Piss off. Leave me alone. Thanks. Piss off. Holy shit. There's one ad. Swear to God. Excuse me, folks. There. Oh, yeah. Fucking hate the ads in these fights. Jesus Christ. Yeah, technically this is Hamazaki's only boss fight. I mean, he is an optional fight in Yakuza 3. Was it Yakuza 4? I think it's Yakuza 3. He's an optional fight in Yakuza 3's Inner Fighter. But yeah, his one proper boss fight removed. It is now Kuze. Again, we're doing the thing where all of the protagonists stay behind. Ugh. I'm mad about how that fight went. It started really well and then just went really badly from like the midpoint onwards. Alright. It's a good first hit. The gun enemies here, as you can see, can fucking kill you in like one hit. So you want to go after them. I'm playing really sloppily in this finale so far, I'm not gonna lie. I'm on the way down. Oh. Anyway, the English hit. Yet again, ruin everything. Fuck off. Poke me in the ass. Normally I wouldn't go after the enemies here, but I saw a good opportunity there with them all together. You cannot leave gun enemies alive at this point of the game, which is a problem for the next fights. Should have just done the heat move, to be honest. The last enemy will either get taken out or come after me. What I like about the ranged enemies as well is the fact that, you know, if they see you guarding for a long period of time, they'll just stop trying to shoot you. Okay, I definitely want to heal before this next fight. Just my two small heals. My small and my medium. Yeah, I don't know. I just like the fact that, you know, if they see you guarding, they will not try and attack you. They'll just drop their gun. They'll just drop their gun. So, this fight fucking sucks. There is a very quick way to do this fight, and goddamn, it's not easy to get. It is completely determinant on the AI. Say hello to Donald Glover. Not kidding you, that's his name. It is, of course, fucking Rickardson from Free. Remember when I said there are two RSA fights and we fought one of them? Ah, for fuck's sake, the English have guns, don't they? Or the British. Because I think Donald Glover is actually Scottish, but yeah, the fucking British have guns. And miniguns. And unfortunately, this fucker has RSA's entire moveset. Like, I'm not even kidding, it's just a repeat Hayashi fight. See? Now, as you can probably guess, the miniguns are the secret to going fast in this fight. Trouble is, every enemy can knock you off the miniguns. It's a shame, because if I can actually get the miniguns and kill all the enemies, then we can actually, potentially, if we get lucky, take out Glover completely super fast. I need Glover to focus completely on Majima. Holy shit, that's good damage. Holy shit, that's really good damage. That is actually really nice. Holy shit. Is this actually happening? Holy shit, it's actually happening. That is so rare. I'm just gonna go fucking kill him. It's gonna happen now, yeah. It's like, if you see that he locks onto you, you can barely get any hits off. Holy shit. I can't believe this actually happened. That is exceptionally fucking rare that ever happens. That is exceptionally rare. God, I'm gonna have to run up against that if this PBs. Jesus Christ. The final boss is like 5 minutes long, by the way. I'm not even kidding when I say that. This final boss is actually 5 minutes long. That's exceptionally rare that ever happens, where you can just take down Glover with the minigun, because he usually just from the start of the fight, just focuses on you, and if you get shot once, as you see there, you just get knocked completely off those miniguns. There's nothing you can do. So that's really, really good. That's really, really good. Now, the nice thing is, there's no more fights up until the final boss. We're literally just in the room for the final boss. Thomas? Oh, Thomas Glover, yeah, sorry. I keep saying Donald Glover because I keep getting confused with the actual singer. Alright, I'm going to grab these healing items as spares just in case, but you don't really need them at this point. Anyway, final boss. I fucking love this final boss. This first phase, if played well, actually goes really fast, so I'm going to have to concentrate real quick. Because the first phase of this, doing it clean, makes you go straight to phase 2. God, I love this fight. Please do not touch this fight theme in the remake, because you could do. Very clean. Very, very clean. Very clean. Alright, now comes the problematic part of this fight. I'm fairly certain failing this, I was told, is quicker. So we're gonna fail the next QT on purpose. God, I fucking love this track. This track on the official OST is 8.5 minutes long. Like, no joke, 8.5 minutes. It's fucking fantastic. phase 2. You might remember me earlier say that despite the fact that there are 2 Arase-esque boss fights, there are 3 fights that have the Arase dodge. This is the other one. This is the last one. A HP bar, it's like 6 HP bars. It's fucking great. I think this fight has 6 or 7 HP bars. This is the problem fight. Holy shit, you have no idea how happy I got that off. I have to do so much damage in such a short space of time, because at this point, Tactian Peter is about to run away. Those bosses, guard. Actually, dodges. Unfortunately, in this part of the fight, unless you get the guard off, the parry, he's just going to keep running. There it is. There it is. I'm going to do this intentionally, because I just need to do damage to get him on the floor. Stop him running away. This, as you can see, is Tachi's wild stuff. Fucking hell, man. Pain in the ass. That damage. That damage. Can't. You have to take this fight seriously. You have to take this fight very seriously. He's gonna do it again. This should be final phase in a second. Yep. Good. Look at how fucking cool this is. Just look how great this is. Look at that. Just look at it. I didn't expect you to start with an attack. You usually don't, my dude. I want to get him into a corner, preferably, so he stops running away. I have 1 more heat bar left. Nice, I got him in the actual combo. Yo, this is actually a really good final phase. Holy shit, this is a good final phase. Nice! That's what I wanted. Holy shit, that's it. That's it. Fucking hell, what a good final phase. Holy shit, what a good final phase. Wow, goddamn. That is almost sub 435. Goddamn. That's PB/world record, by the way. That's almost sub 345. It should have been, but I made so many stupid mistakes in this run earlier on. That's the difference. The fucking chewing through Glover's HP. Chewing through Glover's HP, what a fucking minigun does for you. It's gonna be very hard to run up against that, unfortunately. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, I could have got sub 435. I'm a little upset I didn't get sub 45, but that was still a good fucking run. I'm still a very good fucking run. Happy with that. Very happy with that. Just imagine we almost died to goddamn not Watase at the start of the fucking finale. Can't believe I wasn't paying attention to my HP. Jesus Christ, that was terrifying. Anyway, this ending lasts like 20 minutes and it's 6 PM. I would like my dinner. Also, I'm not going to spoil the ending for those of you who are going to be playing the obviously the remake of this. Ah, I can't skip this. I forgot. It's a DMCA. Fuck, I need this VOD. Nice. Had to scramble to mute the actual stream so I don't get DMCA'd. Fuck. Yeah, good run. Very good run. Start of it actually was pretty good despite the up and downness. Chapter 5 very good, then started bleeding time. Chapter 6 bad. Chapter 9 really bad. Other than that, really good. Really, really good. So new PB/world record is a 4:35:35. What is my summer best? I'm curious about this actually. 4:30. 4:30 in 7 seconds. Oof, that's nice. I'd love to get sub 4:30 in this game. I think it's going to require a little bit more routing stuff, which Panda's been doing a good bit of routing, which is nice. Yeah, that went well. That went very well. Finally didn't make any giant major mistakes, which is nice. This is very, very nice, because every single one of my Ishin runs has had, like, a big major mistake in it. So, kinda glad that, old bloody, no mistakes happened in this one, no deaths at all, because, fucking hell, there's so many moments in this run that can just kill you. But thank you all for watching. I'm gonna go eat